Good afternoon. I'm Tracy Sinclair here at Alaska's News Source, and we are getting ready to join in with the coverage of the Hokulea launch. This is going to be the voyage across the Pacific. It's going to take 4 years. The ceremony is beginning today down in Juneau, and it's going to involve not only the crew from Hokulea, but also Alaska Native and Hawaiian cultural protocols, dances, chants, prayers, several things that they're starting down in Juneau for today. So let's join in and follow along with KTOO and their coverage.
Of University of Alaska Southeast.
Manu, I think one of the interesting things that we've noticed is we are more alike than we are different. Starting with the weather.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So how it can be raining in Kailua,
Yeah.
but Waikiki is sunny. It's kind of similar here.
And misty on Mount Ka'ala, always. But no, and so, but this is in canoe culture also. You have to be ready for weather, and we don't really dictate the time. I'm sure the same with you.
It's the same, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Since our welcome, our Alaska Native hosts and Hawaii delegation have been engaged in daily excursions, workshops, cultural exchanges, and of course, talk stories.
Today's ceremony is going to be beautiful. It's going to begin as it should be with our hosts, and these are the Alaska Natives and the protocols that they have, and beautiful drumming and singing and dancing, and then we will follow up with our protocols of Oli and Melehula and what have you, and then the afternoon here will end again with our hosts. So it's kind of like Hawaiian, Alaska, Hawaiian. That's how it's going to go. Oh no. Alaska, you know what I mean.
Yes. So I think we were talking earlier, Manu, about the dynamic between culture and protocols. This is not our aina. No. We are the guests. Yeah. We are the visitors to this aina of Alaska. And we are very fortunate here today, this morning, to guide us through the Alaska Native opening ceremony. Joining us today is Marina Anderson. Mahalo for joining us today.
Nice. The day is getting good. My English name is Marina Anderson. That's the name that I have for tax purposes. But my real name is Skafsit Kajad, which means dancing flicker woman. I am Haida and I am Tlingit, and I was born and raised on Prince of Wales Island, which is south of here, where we'll be welcoming the Hokulea in a few weeks, and I'm very excited to do so. I'm very lucky to be the director of the Sustainable Southeast Partnership, which is an Indigenous values-led collective impact network here in Southeast Alaska. And so we do a lot of really good work here in the region, and so it's great to see you coming through, and you'll see a lot of our partners, as we call them, on the ground, and they'll be there to support you along on this journey as well.
I think, another interesting thing that we've learned is the kuleana, or the responsibilities of Native peoples here, transcend everywhere. It's not just in certain places, certain people. It is for everyone. And there is this sense of ownership, of direction, of future, of what is present. Just really inspiring.
You know what's interesting is that our Alaska hosts have been using the word kuleana a lot, so they understand a lot more than we think they do. And as you mentioned, kuleana meaning your responsibility, but the way we really all look at it as well, it's a privilege. It's the privilege to be taking care of one another. And just a quick comment about the hospitality. If you think Hawaiians have warm hospitality, we have been treated so well. I had to get a bigger shirt so I could fit in here because there's lots of herring and salmon that's gone in. But the eating and singing and dancing, and my legs are so sore from all these celebrations we've been dancing at, but learning so much.
Well, when you haven't seen your family in so long, how do you welcome them?
You know what? So this is really like a family reunion. That's what it's like.
Since we've seen each other.
I haven't seen you in 100 years.
I haven't seen you in 100 years.
Not looking bad either.
A bit.
Oh boy. Anyway, okay.
But again, really excited to be here. Thank you for helping us share your story, your mo'olelo, with all of our viewers today?
So again, we're here in Juneau, Alaska, and we're at the University of Alaska Southeast, and we're in the rec hall here, and you see the festive party lights, and we're about to begin with a beautiful multifaceted ceremony that marks the global launch for Hokulea and its escort boat Hokulea in this journey, this huaka'i, a 4-year-long huaka'i or journey, Moana Nui Akea.
Manu, if I might ask, what was, we were watching at home through the welcoming ceremony. If there's one thing that you really your mind about that experience, what was that?
We, the Hawaii group, Kamehameha and faculty, everybody came together. We all faced out to the coming in of Hokulea way off in the distance, and it was like everybody knew each other from welcoming and so loving, and these people, they're huggers. They like to hug, like the bear. I guess the bear hug. Yeah. No, but I think that's what I really noticed, and also because we're right on the ocean at Auk Bay, the weather can change like that. It's here, and it rained right at the perfect moment. As soon as the crew stepped off the Alaskan canoes, it started to have a nice misty rain. Here we see the Auk Bay welcome ceremony. Maybe you can describe, Marina, a little bit about the canoes on your side of the Pacific.
Yeah, so these days we have canoes in many of our villages. Traditionally, the canoe would belong to your clan, to your family. But these days we have canoes in our villages, and then we have some general canoes in our villages, and then we have some general canoes that are for other people to be able to join. A gathering like this, when we have like celebration, which is our big get together every 2 years in Juneau. Mark your calendar for June 2024. It's going to be a good one. Our canoes come on journey with each other, and they meet up along the water, and then they come in together as one big canoe family.
I would love to be there in Juneau in June.
Yeah.
June.
Yeah.
Well, I think when you see how ornate the artwork is as well, it resembles totem and your aumakua, your guardian spirits as well. Another connecting point for us, people who are of the land and of the ocean, have this personal connection.
Could you explain a little bit while we're looking at the drums, a little bit about, because they're so haunting and they're hit with with precision, and a little bit about the name of the drum and how that's used in your performance.
Bao is the name of the drum, and I mean, the way that it's used in our performance is different for everybody in the way that they sing their songs. And sometimes you'll see a really fancy style with the drum, maybe somebody going behind their back if they're trying to flirt on somebody that they just found out isn't their cousin, But then sometimes you'll see it a little bit more stoic and straight as well. I make drums out of deer hide, and if you've seen my drum, it's kind of translucent, and that comes from taking that hide and putting it in the river and letting that water, that fast flowing water, rush through it and thin down that hide and make a really nice bellowing sound as well.
Well, we did see you with your drum night performing.
Many dinners that you keep feeding us and entertaining us, so we have to entertain you too. But you in particular, and you also composed, have you written your own songs? And it's similar in Hawaii, where contemporary composers are sort of writing things kind of in a traditional form, expressing their experiences today, and you have a good. You are something, I must say, Marina.
Yes, I have composed this year. I composed this song. First time we had a potlatch in February. My clan had a potlatch, and so I had composed a song that is a a song that now belongs to our clan. It's our clan property. And I think that when you're in a place to compose a song, that message is heavy. You know, I have my lip pierced. Reminds me that my words are heavy, and so the message is heavy. And it was February, and I was going through the emotions of the darkness and of the winter, and I thought, you know, what do we do? We need to take care of ourselves. We need to make our mind clean. When we make our minds clean, everything is okay. So the song that I did compose was all around making your mind clean, and then we'll be able to do good things for each other. And this is a song that as a song that I composed and belongs to our clan, I believe it's appropriate that we gift it to you to be able to use this song so that you can remind yourselves and others to keep your minds clean as you go about things. Because if we're cooking dinner and we're angry, we're not going to feel good after we eat that dinner. If we're on the canoe and we're arguing with each other, we're not going to be able to focus, and that's when that weather could really pick up on us as well. So keeping our minds clean.
It's amazing the power of suggestion. Yesterday we were in is it Taku River, up to the glacier, and all of the Hawaii gang and our Alaska hosts as well. And there was a ceremony there that was very poignant. It was kind of kaumaha. It was kind of sad, but it was done on purpose. And then all of the things that were said, when that was through, and there were tributes of flowers into the water and what have you. As soon as that was done, the leader who was guiding the ceremony says, "It is now time to let that lu'ulu'u, or that heaviness, go, and it's now time to celebrate and rejoice." And everybody, you could feel. Because we don't get told necessarily how to feel sometimes, but it was really directed that now that is complete, it's time to celebrate, and you could feel it right in chicken skin just saying that.
I think that's why this morning and this opening is really ideal in that it's with that same spirit that we come to this point of Hokulea's departure from here to really start the journey that it started with the blessing of the opening, and now we come to the larger community and we will send them off, starting with the protocol of our hosts.
Correct.
Joining us today for the global launch ceremony protocol, you mentioned earlier, Manu, the students from the Kamehameha schools.
Yes.
So they've been preparing for this as well.
That's correct.
So we're really excited.
You know, it's first of all, Moana Nui Akea Voyage, Polynesian Voyaging Society, partners with Kamehameha schools and with many other entities, commits to 4 years of learning. And people might ask, well, why are we in Alaska having a launch for this? And it goes back to the handshakes and the commitments and the hugs and the promises made 30 years ago when Sea Alaska Corporation gifted, and it was not an easy. It was a process. The two Sitka logs that became Hawaii Loa, the canoe. So what we're finding through the stories of our hosts is that they have more stories about connecting with Hawaii in the ancient past than even we do. We're familiar with the whales that come in back and forth, and the Hokulea, or the plover bird that flies back and forth. But the stories are real. And this one, 30 years ago, through the efforts of, again, Sea Alaska Corporation and the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Pinky Thompson and his son, Nainoa Thompson, who's now the CEO of the Voyaging Society. So the connection there, it's not easy to really understand, perhaps, but bringing the protocol, the dances, and the chants, and having them learned and then performed well, by students of Kamehameha schools and all of the Hawaii gang up here. It really is heartwarming. So we'll learn more about why we are in Juneau, Alaska. And hopefully you can feel the warmth that we are feeling because of Marina and her people, her family, and all the wonderful people in this beautiful place.
And if I could add that, those Sitka spruce logs that we're talking about here, what's so incredible about our place, our Asquani, the tree people, is, those logs are carrying you across the ocean, but since you've been here, you've been eating the tips of those spruce trees. You've been drinking the water with that spruce in you. So not only does it carry you across the ocean, it sustains you, it enhances your health. All around, everything is always hugging us in that way.
It's like metaphor and literal at the same time. It really is. It's I'm learning a lot. Thank you. Mahalo.
I think, Manu, when we were listening to these stories of 3 decades ago, being told back to us is kind of an interesting place to be.
Yeah.
We want to be present. We want to be in this place at this time. But when you listen to those stories told back to you, it transports you back there.
Yeah.
And so even if you personally weren't present, it draws you back in when you hear the stories being told back to you by the people of this place.
And the Sitka spruce logs, the reality is, and Nainoa and Bruce and all of them tell the story very well, we really have had no core that was suitable anywhere on any island because of deforestation over time for a number of reasons. And so it was such a struggle to make that, to accept the gift from Sea Alaska. And so 30 years ago, as part of the whole process, a bunch of your family came up to I think it was in Kapapala or Keauhou on Hawaii Island, and they did a major planting of koa so that they can help us begin to reforest. And 30 years later, we had the Ho'oilina conference in Honolulu, went back to that same spot and planted more, and the trees that our Alaska ohana planted 30 years ago are huge. Not ready for canoes yet, maybe an ukulele. But the point is that, so we, in order for Hawaii through Nainoa and Pinky Thompson and what have you, PVS or the Voyaging Society, was we can't just take a gift without putting back. And I think it was described that these logs weren't logs as a gift. They're your children that you are entrusting us with their children now to carry Kanaka, whether you're Alaska Native or what a responsibility and privilege.
Yeah, and it's not what history and similarities that are speaking today. And I think about recently effort here in Southeast Alaska to protect over 10 million acres of the old growth from clear-cut logging is not owned by but stewarded by. A little bit of that money, and then it's gone. And what does that money do for us? That doesn't sustain us. We don't remember it in our spirit. And so we actually were able to get that shut down. And in turn, a lot of the work that we're doing with the Sustainable Southeast Partnership is building our economy for the first time since colonization from the inside out, with the community priorities, with the community needs and knowing. And not only that, we've secured access to those trees, to those logs that we need for cultural reasons and cultural purposes. And they've asked me before, well, how many trees are you going to need for totem poles? How many do you need left? And I said, as many as you have plus one, because our people have no plans on leaving this place. And even more than that, Sea Alaska Corporation, who had, entrusted you with these logs that we're talking about here, has been incredible at making sure that we have access to, for lack of better terms, our resources. our different life ways that are out there, the plants and the animals, and empowering our people to reclaim our carving and to reclaim our traditions around this. And so it's really beautiful to see that together we're on this journey, and we probably didn't know that we were both facing the same journey and hurting separately, right? But now we can heal together as we move forward.
Worldwide, reforestation and deforestation has been a conversation that's been going on for 30 years.
We're going to be having, even in ceremonially speaking, there will be references, subtle and bold, about issues such as reforesting, or deforestation and reforesting, also global warming and the rising of seas, and the relationships between people, and the power. And if you think Aloha only lives in Hawaii, I can absolutely tell you that Aloha is alive and well here in Juneau, Alaska.
We are just starting to get the protocol and the beginning of the ceremony
We
today.
have 2 vehicles in the parking lots for soon.
That
License AWF 228, if my eyes are working right. And there is a blue Subaru, license plate EYA359. Please move your vehicles. We need the bus to be able to get folks to and fro the larger parking lots.
it's funny because I have a silver 4Runner, but I'm sure
You can
that's
go
not
to the
mine.
UAS parking lot across
University
the
of Alaska Southeast parking lot.
You didn't bring it with you.
I didn't bring it with me. It wasn't in my carry-on or luggage.
But there are so many people gathering today, and we are expecting more guests that are coming. As you had mentioned earlier, Manu, it was going to be an outdoor event until the weather determined other.
That's right. That's right.
So
This
we are
morning,
expecting that.
right here in Juneau, I went outside about maybe like 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. It was just beautiful. And then, but somebody said, well, at about 2 o'clock. And because you can predict it. Can you feel it? How do you know weather is coming?
Well, it depends what weather.
Yeah.
And so it just depends. You feel the air. You can feel maybe the way that it feels warm, but it looks like it. What's coming in is coming. Many different ways that we tell the weather, constantly reading it.
You know, we're much more urbanized, I'd say, in Hawaii. I think we can all agree on that. But there's so much land everywhere, and you don't need to develop every inch of land at all, or because it already is developed with its forests and with the watersheds and the glaciers. And here, we have to really preserve our water in Hawaii. We call that kamalama ana ikawai. But there's so much water here, and water rules the land. I mean, water goes where it's going to go, and you or we as Kanaka have to adjust to where nature is going.
It is definitely a force. You look around at the mountains and you look around at the glacier. It reminds you how small you are as the human, and to the idea of the environment and what your role is in comparison to that surrounds you. It's magnificent.
I'm not sure if we have maybe a couple of minutes, but I in speaking with Marina a few days ago, and you have a whole life of outdoors, of hunting and gathering food and watching nature that we need to keep an eye on. Maybe a little bit about what you do.
Gosh, I don't know how to explain what I do. I just exist. But, what I do is when you were just speaking about, people and our relationship to the area, we're nothing but a species that's within this environment, right? We're one of the species that's been here. We've been here since before the trees grow up. We watched these trees grow up. We raised these trees and raised these forests that we're looking at here. And so we're part of this environment. And so with that, I follow what my body tells me to do, and I am a traditional harvester. In the spring, In the spring, our new year starts in April. It's when the herring spawn and when our whales come back from you. And the whales come in and all of the animals are alive and all of us, we're alive, and we're going out there and we're setting hemlock branches, sending them down to the bottom of the ocean so that the herring can spawn on them, and we're harvesting kelp with herring eggs. And then we're handing that out to everybody and getting everybody's bellies full, and then pretty soon it's almost time to start gathering black seaweed. But that's far away, that's out on the open ocean, and I live inside of protected islands. And so we go to the forest to read a plant that tells us when it's time to go out to the ocean. And then after that, it's time to start harvesting those spruce tips and different leaves. Right now, it's a great time to be harvesting the leaves of the blueberry plant or the fireweed plant, and to be making teas out of those. To be harvesting skichlinjao, or I'll refrain from saying it in English, it's our medicine plant, so that we can make salves and teas and the things that we need. And then we move into fish, and then we move into berries, and then we move into harvesting other flowers, and then we're going to move into deer, and then we'll go into seal. And so throughout the year, my calendar is not January through December. My calendar is harvest to harvest to harvest to harvest, and making sure that everybody is fed and taken care of along the way. And not only making sure that people are fed, but making sure that their spirit is fed as well. If they have the desire to or the need to learn, we're there to teach them how to learn our ways of harvesting our food, so that we can share that out with others as well. And within my family, we have what we call a 60-20-20 rule. My late father put that in place for us. And the 60-20-20 rule tells us that 60% of what we harvest goes directly out into the community. We share that directly out. 20% of what we harvest, we share with our family. So my nons, my aunts, my uncles, my siblings and all of their kids, myself. And then the other 20%, we stash that away so that later on throughout the year, when we hear that somebody is in need, when somebody moves to the island, when a loved one passes away, when somebody's freezer goes out because the power went out, we're able to make sure that they're taken care of, and nobody will
what's
go
really
without.
interesting, because the phases of the plants and the beginning of the harvest, but even what humans are doing by plucking the tips of the spruce, and then the leaves of the blueberry, and using them for different things that are nutritious, but that also helps the plant to kind of further grow and expand. It makes the plant stronger. We know in Hawaii we have beautiful flowers and we make lei and all of that, but certain plants like the ilima or even the peacock, when you pick the flowers and all that, it creates more flowers. So it's an unusual. We sort of take it for granted, but and I love that. It's not you don't live from January to December. That's almost irrelevant, and not every year is exactly the same either, I would imagine.
That's very true. Not every year is the same, and so you have to be ready for those subtle changes. And then with things like over-extraction, climate change, we've been seeing things differently, or our sockeye salmon have not been returning as strong as they should be in my traditional harvesting area. So my family has been refraining from harvesting those sockeye so that we can make sure that the run can become a healthier run again. And we're not agricultural people necessarily. We don't plant a lot. We do have traditional potato that we plant. We do kind of cultivate and manipulate a little bit this. It's not really a rice, but it's like a rice or wild rice. But we live within the environment. We're weaving in and out of the forest. And so right now, as I was talking with you the other night, it's a great time to go out to the blueberry plants because you break them back. You just pinch them back, you break them back, and then take all of those leaves with you. Leave the branch there, and then take those leaves home for tea. Yeah. Tea that you can share out with others, and it's just a really good thing to be able to have.
I want to, because I think we're getting closer to the beginning of the actual ceremony. Something I learned over here, and it's a dualism kind of thing in culture, which we have as well, is the balance between the raven and the eagle. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Oh, it's not a little bit, because our social and political economic structure, it's all in one, right?
Right.
And it's, from what I've been told, one of the most advanced that North America has ever seen. And we are a people of balance, and so we have a clan system, and you either carry the moiety of the raven moiety or an eagle moiety, and then you have your crests under that as well. And what that does is that helps us keep balance to find who we're going to marry. A raven marries an eagle, because that's how you create balance, by finding your opposite. But then at other times, we also show up for each other as well. Traditionally, ravens would be making the regalia for the eagles. If a eagle passed away, the ravens are there to hold them up and to take care of them during that time of need. And then in a year from then, there would be a party, a potlatch, to pay them back for that. Not to pay them back, you'll hear of them as payback parties, but it's to restore balance. It's more of like a restoration party in a way.
What is the character of the raven compared to the character of an eagle? Because maybe we don't know. I'm not sure myself.
Well,
they are everywhere, though. We've been seeing them.
Yes.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
So I am raven. That is my moiety, and so I'm a raven, and we like food. We like shiny things. I've been looking at your beautiful necklaces here that catch our eye. We've been called the trickster, but I don't think that we're necessarily a trickster in a negative way.
Yeah.
In stories, I always thought raven was fun. I might be a little bit biased, but always getting into trouble.
Well,
and then
I know a raven right here, and trust me, she's
Eagle's
fun.
always there to kind of talk sense into raven a little bit. But there's always a lesson in there, right?
Yeah.
You have to look for the lesson. And so, the characteristics are a little bit different between raven and eagle.
I gotta say, and the sense of humor, this is very Hawaiian too. Sometimes we take ourselves too seriously and all that, but they right in the middle of something as profound as that, talking about about the fun and enjoy and on purpose having fun and enjoying each other and taking care of each other's hearts and being conscious of that. Mm-hmm. We sometimes don't think in that way, and so and what you had mentioned earlier, learning how to learn. That's a concept. In Hawaiian, the word, can you say a'o?
A'o.
A'o in Hawaiian means both to teach and to learn. So that's interesting right there, and because it works both ways. But learning how to learn, or learning how to listen, learning how to see.
Anyat kusani. Shakat yeda khu wasahatu yakayaki Kone ayak wahik hasa anikok ya akwan Gunchi shweach kaniyan wushkitan Ya akhunkiyan yahtetan Chinedi Yanikatan Achawe hatu ya ke hasyati ya ikki haidach hachunkiyan sutskan yeke yaksatini yak dekina yeke ya yaksatini ya haanikuk nakia ya haidach khu kunana the cut with Denay Trainaya Isaku was a hatu yake tea. Achua Johan Gwijin Koyakan Holokachuk Denaina Atna Tagish Talton Han Tanana, Atlena Kudzati Kunana, Wasahatu Yake, Uchin Hasati Yak, Yet the Kat Yuhan, Naki Dach Ayah Ishas, Yupik, Yake Satini, Unangan, Inupiak, Hatu yeke aya wuchin khasati sukpiak. Yashtakat Alaska dakhaya shukatku hatu yeke satini. Yashtakat Yuhan ha'anika. Chakudak sawe Yuhan. Hatu yeke ti tletka. Ayahia Filipino. Salamat. Khutkhayanaha khu Khutkhayanaha kwan. Chicano, Latino, Chicana, Latina, Hatu yake yuksatini yak, Yaha anikuk. Yakunachawe hatu yake ti. Kanakamauli. Hahunkiyan. Yishtu Chikanachaya. Yikuch haani de. Wasa hatu yake adat yayaki. Hatu shitsini chisati. Ya as kwani haani dakhaya we yaki shayekh Hokulea. Hayak ti a. Wasahatu yake. Wasahatu yake. Sakutin. Kusakhantin. At yawanetin. Hawush yak kudash teen aya. Wush kanachutu da'at yayaki. Gonna cheesh.
He says, thank you. Gonna cheesh to get your hand. Sugar hard tea, I would change the Gaxanea, who's tea, Ayaki. Yahayaku. Now, Yaketi. Ya Yishe, Yukatanki, Yishkashnik. Ya Katuusha Kohi Hakus, Tea. Hadatki. Hadachkankian. Yastikatas has to Yakubla Hakus, Tea. Ya Archaway Quasto has to Yak. Archaway Quas has to Yas Amy. Goodness Chish Mahalanula. We are honored to be here this evening to see you all. We know we all come from different lands, and for that reason, it's exciting to see all of us stand here as one people, with respect, with love, and care for one another. We say, goodness, cheesh. Thank you very much. Without you, this is not possible.
Yeah, well, we want to give a lot of thanks to everyone who's here, no matter where you're from. This is like a home for you. It's like a safe harbor. Sometimes when we're on the water gets rough, we need a place to find shelter. We call that kunaqayi. We also call it deishi. Our hope is that this is a safe place for you, that you feel good today, that you feel like you're enough today. As we as indigenous people emerge from generations of trauma, we need to remember to help each other, to hold each other up. Sometimes we might look at each other and say, gee, they're doing it wrong. It's like the second most common thought for indigenous people. The first is probably like, are we related? Because they're kind of cute, right? So, but the second one is probably they're doing it wrong. So, I just want you to know there's a lot of folks who worked really hard. I'm so thankful for all of the work that went into this. Everybody's doing the best they can. If we have a like-mindedness of success for each other, of thinking of the things we have inherited and that we will give to our future generations, then we will be successful today. So we're coming from that place. We're coming from those thoughts, and in terms of comforts and safety, If anything were to happen, we would ask folks to file out in orderly fashion. Please be very careful of others, be mindful of elders, be mindful of folks who might need a little bit more time and assistance to get out. If anything were to happen, there are exit signs right over there. There's exits right over here to get outside. We would go outside of the building if something were to happen. There are restrooms to your left. There are some over here to your right as well. Please take care of yourselves, hydrate, take care of each other, look out for each other, and just let us know. There's folks who are organizing this, and you can let us know if you need some assistance with something, but we have things to roll through. We have a cultural process here. And to start this process, we're going to honor the indigenous peoples of Southeast Alaska by singing 4 songs. And so I just want to explain a few of these things. The first song, we would actually ask that it not be recorded. It's not supposed to be recorded. It's given permission for Kegani Haida, for the Haida peoples in Alaska, to use this song. But we would ask that it not be part of recordings and it not be shared, because we're not supposed to record it and share it. It is a sacred spirit song. We're going to follow that with 2 love songs, which we call them Shukar. They're Shingit songs that are composed for your opposites. And so we wanted to do love songs because they encapsulate both a longing and a joy, and sometimes sadness, but they're usually danced with a lot of joy, and that's what we're thinking. We're thinking of joy as we send our relatives off across what we call Yechbuch or Echini, the ocean. And then a little bit later, the 4th song will be from our relatives to the south, the Tsimshian peoples. So we are Tlingit, we are Haida, we are Tsimshian in Southeast Alaska. We also have Eyak relatives in Southeast Alaska. Southeast Alaska is home to a lot of indigenous peoples from across Alaska due to residential schools and boarding schools and a forced relocation during World War II of Nungach people. And so we honor them for being on our lands. We intermarry with all kinds of people, because everybody's got good-looking people. And so we also honor all the peoples who have come to our lands and who now reside there. And we also say, this is your home. You are among us. We share love. We share respect. We share honor. We share kindness. These are the things that we try to keep at the forefront of what we do.
So we are going to be cutting the video, and we'll go and show some footage of the welcoming, and we'll be cutting the audio during this time only momentarily while we do the Skidegate Spirit song, because this song cannot be recorded, captured on camera, or through microphone as well.
There are some open seats here. I want to make sure that our elders are taken care of. So please, if you see an elder in the back, they shouldn't be sitting back there. They should be sitting. Gonna cheese the how news. This song that we're going to sing next comes from our relatives from the south of Juneau. They're the Yenyedi people. If there's any Yenyedi folks out there, can I see a show of hands? Gonna cheese Yishi aya Akhil Ach Isha inanach Ach Ish Du Khilk Ashu Yutu Wasak Aku Kwandach Ya Ajawed Yanedi Dachana Yakat. The song comes from the Taku territory, and it belongs to the Yenyedi people. My father is grandchild of the Yenyedi. His name was Ashlu. His English name was Willis Jackson. And this song talks about his breath of life was taken away from him one day. And it was his father who brought him back. And out of love and respect, he composed this song. And you'll hear parts of the song where he's saying, is this breath of life going to be mine forever? It's going to multiply like sand. This breath of life of ours will be multiplying like sand. So, the way we're thinking about this song tonight is the energy and the love that our Polynesian relatives are bringing to our shores. That's what it's like. The love that you share spreads like sand. It's not meant to be staying in one spot, but it spreads out so that we can all feel the joy and love that you folks share. So this song is a show. If you know the song, don't be afraid to join in.
Well, that was a beautiful welcoming and blessing. And, on our side, we were able to be here during the Spirit song. And after this last song, we're going to go ahead and go into another component. But right now, what we're doing is clearing the air and setting the space for this moment that we're going to have.
I guess on the map they call it Haynes. What's up with that? We are in the process of reclaiming the place names on our land. So you guys were in a place called Ani. The name of that village is Deshu. Up north of it is a little bit is Yandastakye. Shkut-A is the name of the lake that's near there. Shkut-Ka is the name of the channel that you would have come down to Ak Kwan Ani. So we are here around this area called Ak. Ak is the name of this area. There's a little lake over there. It's called Ak. There's a river that flows out of it called Katini. So we're in the process of reclaiming all of our names because Joe and Bob and Sam and Fred, they're all cool people, but they don't need to put their names on mountains and rivers and lakes and everything. You guys colonized stuff, that's enough. So when we sing our love songs, we sing to our children. My 3 children are here. They're Shuka Khadiyatki. I hope they yell when they hear the Shuka Khadiyatki part. They get shy. I don't know what, they get shy. So just love your parents, love your dad. Sing it for Father's Day. Yell it out, kids. Okay. So the words to this say, what will happen to us children of the Shuka Khadi? The land is already sinking. Then it says, is it dying yet, children of the Qanakhtaidi? How do you feel about it? I can't even dream it.
Be afraid to stand up and dance. So now that we warmed you folks up for the next speakers, we have Stas Awas and Keoye Hastuit Ideshe Yaidat Uktatani. We're going to turn it over to our auntie. Oh, and our my little grandpa, Hokulea, to eat the ship.
I just want to send words of love to Ma Cheney. We call her Ma Cheney or Della Cheney. She wove this beautiful piece right here. My sister, Akhlaq, she has one as well. She wasn't feeling well today, so she's staying home. And we're just sending her a lot of love and good energy as we move into this portion. It's so wonderful to have master weavers among us, those who understand Asquani, the tree peoples, and work with them on a daily basis. So, aloha, hau'a takwang.
Gunilchish. Gunilchish. Euyeshu chat duasag kliknachadi ayachat digna hitdach ach ish has wushkitan gunilchish ach ish yanish tukti duasag.
So right now we have Laganai and
so at this time I'd like to invite the captain
who are here,
Captain
and what they're
Mark
going to be
Ellis of the
doing is they're
Hokulea.
going to be putting a ceremonial rope. They're going to be
And then I'd
performing
also
the
like to
blessing
invite
on that
the
ceremonial
four women
rope
captains,
and
Captain
some of the
Lehua,
cedar bark
Captain
and the cedar
Pomai,
bark or
Captain
the cedar
Kaiwani, and Captain
boughs,
Kala.
and so those cedar
Hagu.
boughs are to go on the bow of the canoe
have some
of the
gifts to
Hokulea,
present.
and they'll naturally fall off, which is okay. But right now they're going to be blessed so that they could be on there and be the blessing for the
beautiful.
start of this journey.
Beautiful.
So we have lots of cedar ropes here that different people have made. The really big one that Lagunai is wearing, that was made by Leo Gagnon, who's from Old Masset in Haida Gwaii, and I believe it's about 20 years old. And I collaborated with Della. We brainstormed a way to protect the spot where the rope was spliced. Della did the plating over it. And Della's been my teacher, my weaving teacher for, I don't know, since I was a little kid. And we're just, sorry she can't be here with us today, but we wanted to present this to the captain of the Hokulea. And this is for the Hokulea, so we're going to ask that you dress her appropriately with this cedar rope. And then I made 4 of
Joining
these
us on
ropes,
stage
because
this afternoon is
for
Captain
the
Mark
last,
Ellis, who just
several days that all
received
of
that
our guests
incredible
have been here, I was really
kaula,
thinking
as we
about
say. Just
the major
magnificent,
flood that our
that cedar
people
rope.
lived through.
Lehua Kamag,
And the Icht,
Pomai
Uncle
Berlin,
Mike Jackson and
Kala
Kate talks
Babayan,
about the spiritual
Moani
leader
Hemuli,
who
and
prophesied this
Kaiulani
flood.
Mafi on
And
stage
the
to
first thing
take
he
part
said
of
to
this
do was to
blessing
make rope.
ceremony of
And he
the
said,
cedar
we're
rope.
going to build a raft. And they said, why not just use the canoes? And he said, we're going to use the canoes as a fortress on the raft. And the compassion from this Icht, he said, we're going to make it big enough for our relatives who might not be ready. And I just have been really been thinking about that. And all of us here on Akwan, there's the Wishkitan and the Clean AD and lots of other Kwans who live here. And I was just thinking about how we're getting back to that compassion and working on being good hosts. And I really hope you had a good experience here. And I know that every port you stop at, we're all so excited for you to be here. And just gunilchish hati gudi, gunilchish for coming here. So these ropes are for the women captains.
Ganesh Chish, Atlain Ganesh Chish Jaho, so much for accepting these beautiful pieces of spirit of regalia to help keep you strong, to help protect you. Our cedar weavers are a beautiful and special gift to us as a peoples. And I just also want to recognize Awas, my mother, and Ricky for making those beautiful gifts. Hello everyone, my name is Laguna.
So you notice that those cedar ropes that were just gifted, that's made out of the inner bark of our cedar tree. And we'll be blessing the cedar boughs as well that are going to go on the bough of the Hokulea. And I wanted to note that cedar is, to the Haida and to the Tlingit, is the equivalent of plastic to everybody else in the world today. And I say that because it transported us across the ocean. It held our water for us. We wove our garments out of this. It made our houses for us. Every single thing that we rely on was from the cedar, was from the cedar trees. And that's still true to us today, and part of where that strength is coming from, and these blessings are going to be on this as well.
Such a beautiful practice, reconnecting again yourselves with the universe that you exist in, from Aina, from man.
It's also, it's a imbuing of spirit. It may look to people like rope. Oh, well, there's just giving them rope. But this is so much more, and it reminds us in Hawaii of our own day that we have tended to not make these days. Other people make them, we give them away. So there's a personal strength and energy that is being transferred onto Hokulea. Reminding folks at home too is that our ceremony is indoors because weather moved us indoors. It's very, very rainy outside. So here we are at the global launch of Moana Nui Akea here at the University of Alaska, Southeast.
Representing all the plans of Southeast,
kaula, it
the
binds
raven,
people,
the eagle,
it transcends
the killer
time
whale,
and space.
and the wolf. Because
the
we're a Haida,
sinew
Tlingit,
that
and
connects us
Tsimshian
like the
people.
tendons in our
So
own bodies
dressed
is
Hokulea in
really
our
kind of a
love.
special gift.
This design
Very
is a
lucky.
gift to the Polynesian
Reminds us of
Voyaging
Hawaiian
Society.
ceremonies also with
So you
aha
can use it
cordage.
and
You
do
don't
with
see
it what
that
you
these
will.
days, but that's a part of our
And
similar
we wish you so much
the spiritual
good voyage,
characteristics,
safety,
connections.
and love this
Same.
entire
Yes.
voyage. Ganesh Chish Hawa.
Genesis, Mahalo Nui Loa. This is an honor. We appreciate. It's an honor to stand here today on this stage with many of my heroes standing beside me. And so I'm grateful for all the love and support the people of Southeast Alaska have done for us and will do for us. Genesis.
Cheese, mahalo, may kai. Ya akhish hasaya, yupek hasati. Shqaqwe aya qanayechi wune akhish. Ya shuqaya, we army atuna khawe, Korea de awachu laha. Kutlagao aya ya wahik. Kasku kwa Vietnam ya wahik, John kwa Korea kak e wutian. Ach ish, du ish aya yupik sati, du tlaka asami. Shkakwe aya, Ach, pa awe, wushke tasputa atyuk, achoyak echateti. I want to recognize my father's people who are Yupik and Sami. My father, who is Yupik and Sami, was he was in the army, and then he was sent to Korea. It was during the time of, I think right before Vietnam perhaps started. But he never went to Vietnam, but he was stationed in Korea. He always surprised me when he would speak Korean with some of the folks who work at some of the restaurants here. But my father's people, he was brought in by the Kagwantan, who gave him the name Skanda'u. And so he got a job with a company, I think, called RCA, and they sent him to a place called Shkakwe, which on the maps, I guess you say Skagway. We say Shkakwe. We don't have that ah sound in Tlingit, so we'll work on that. But as I introduced my auntie, Valerie Davidson, Nachagaluk, I'm so grateful for all the work that she does and the times I have to listen to her speak, the love that she shows to me from my father's people. My father went to Skagway, Shkakwe, where he met my mother, and that's my origin story.
There's always a real good love story. Huinga nukharalugwa amislamakananslu ayupiugwa mamtakaitlakamiu anaka kuiginokamingok ataka kasawok Port Orchard, Washington akamingok. Huinga kekwa naugwa, huinga sinke daugwa, haidaugwa, kachari augwa, jasna Higgins augwa. My Yupik names are Nukharalok and Amishnamaganan, and my English name is Valerie Davidson. I'm originally from Bethel in southwest Alaska, and I'm Yupik on my mother's side. And she comes from a village on the ocean that's called Guyenlok. And the village name literally means village with no river. Even though it's located on the ocean, we use our rivers to navigate from one community to another. And so for us, it's more important that it has no river than that it has a large ocean. My father's people are Gasak, which basically means they're not Yupik, and they come from Port Orchard, Washington. I also want to acknowledge my family here in Southeast, in Cape Juan. I was adopted by the Jackson family, who are both Shinget and Haida, and I was given the Haida name Jasna Higgins. And so Kachari Ayachat, I am also Kachari in my Southeast family in Cape. I want to acknowledge my family who are here tonight. Uyurutjak, who's a Yupik family member, Lagunai, family from Cake, Shawan, Ricky, and my niece Cordelia, and I may have other family here from Southeast that I haven't met yet. Guyana for including people from up north, everywhere from Southeast, anything even in the middle of Alaska is considered up north. We're actually in Southwest Alaska, where I'm originally from, and I come to you to speak on behalf of Yupik and Jupik people. You know, many years ago, and since really the beginning of time, our elders and our ancestors who've gone before us have foretold of difficult times. We need to always be ready. We need to always prepare for a hard winter, always prepare for a stormy sea. They foretold a time of suffering when we would really have to especially rely upon our language, our cultures, and our traditional ways of life to be able to make it through. They also said that as long as we remain true to who we really are as Native people, we're going to make it. We're going to be fine. And these last few years, our values are really what carried us through. Our families and communities really had pretty difficult times. I'm not going to relive them now. We all know. We all lived it together and apart. As we lost loved ones, we held each other close, those who were in our bubble. But we also held others 6 feet apart at least. And it was really, really hard, really difficult. One of the things that I'm so proud of our communities, though, is that even when we were
had I'm Your Guy. That being said, he's the third candidate now from the state of Florida, and the other two are Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, the far and away frontrunners in this race. So who knows if Francis Suarez's voice will be enough to convince voters they need something different, but he's sure going to try. Thank you. Hey, it's Peter from the DC Bureau. Testing the microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I can. Hi. Perfect. Yeah, Beth, they have implications for the sovereignty of tribal nations across this country. The first one, it was about adoption in the Native American community. It had to do with a law, the Indian Child Welfare Law Act, of 1978, that effectively gives preferential treatment to Native American tribes when it comes to adopting Native American children. They want to make sure that they keep those ties to their Native communities. And also, if they were ruled against, if this law was gutted, Native American communities say it could have been the gutting of a lot of self-government of Native American tribes. It's a cornerstone of how these tribes are able to survive. So the court ruled 7-2 in their favor. The non-Native family, in this case, we should say, it calls this discriminatory, saying that they want equal opportunity to give these kids a good life. The dissenting justices say this law is overreaching. Nonetheless, the court upheld that law, and they will continue to give preferential treatment to Native American tribes in the adoption adoption process. The other one was a bankruptcy law, a little bit more in the weeds with this one, but it effectively says that U.S. bankruptcy law overrides tribal law when it comes to getting debt back from someone you may have lent to. So this case has to do with a tribal lender, a lender under a tribal nation seeking repayment of a debt after someone already declared bankruptcy. Under U.S. code, you're not allowed to continue to do that. This tribal nation said it's their sovereignty, they can do whatever they want. This says U.S. bankruptcy law does cover Native American tribes. So an 8-1 decision on that one in favor of the bankrupt guy who got who was given a loan from a payday lender under a tribal nation. Yeah, Beth, this is an interesting one because, first of all, it injects youth into this race. He's 45 years old, Mayor Francis Suarez from Miami. He's from Cuban parents, and he also injects himself as the only Hispanic candidate now in this race. And that's a key point here because Republicans have really been looking for that Latino vote in recent years, and they've been making gains in certain Latino communities, especially in South Florida. So Mayor Suarez could really have an opening here, but we should say the Latinos are not a monolithic voting bloc. You need to pick off each community by community if you want to be successful, but he thinks he can have that voice in this race. That being said, Beth, he's already got 2 competitors from his own state, and they're the top dogs. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, and Donald Trump, the GOP frontrunner right now. So it's a long way to go for Francis Suarez, but he clearly thinks he has a unique story to tell. We'll see how it works out for him. Yeah, he's trying to take him down, is the moral of the story. He met with some leaders of a few different companies today, including Ticketmaster. Live Nation is the company they merged with. SeatGeek, Airbnb, all of these big companies that, frankly, do have a lot of fees. And I know, Beth, I don't know if you've been looking at concert tickets lately, but you think you're getting a great deal, and then all of a sudden you get to the checkout page and it's up by almost double the price because of those fees. The president wants to stop that from happening. He says he wants to give consumers their time back, their money back. So he's looking at an all-industry approach here, including airlines as well. He wants to have those baggage fees, those seat change fees, those cancellation fees, all known up front so you can stop wasting people's times and so they can make better informed decisions and make the comparison process a little bit easier. So this is just more of that push from the administration to get rid of these hidden fees. Look, we continue to see the fallout of the Donald Trump arraignment, of his federal arrest. I mean, Capitol Hill, folks on Capitol Hill are going to have to continue to answer questions about whether they're sticking by the former president on this front, and we'll have to see what goes on Capitol Hill as far as trying to make people accountable from a Republican point of view. We know they're going to continue to go after the Biden family. We know they're going to continue these political attacks on Democrats because they feel like they're pushed up against a wall right now. But we also want to start taking a look at which Republicans are going to continue to fracture away from Donald Trump and say, look, this is just too much. This indictment contains too much damning information, even though it's all just allegations at this point. We need to figure out who's going to stick by this former president because he's still doing very well in the polls, Beth. He still is the front runner. He still is the leader of the Republican Party. Thank you. Thanks. See ya. No worries. All right. See ya.
like wetting the bed. Like he wants people to pay attention to him. Right? Congratulations, you're pretending you made the hole in one. Right? I'm ready to declare war on part of my team. We're getting closer and closer to that. I don't want it to happen because Stan's a friend. And I thought PFT was a friend. He's not. I thought Jake Marf was a friend. He's not.
Who else is on that show? Hank. Hank. I mean, Hank is just, all over. Hank is sending me text messages that are just insane at this point. So I don't even know.
Billy might be a friend. He's not going to Chicago with the guys. He might be a friend. Is he still staying with the show? I can't confirm that. Okay, I don't know. I've never met him. Never met him, so I don't know. And I like Hank, but this could be. The guy took shots at my mom. So I mean, everything's in play with these guys now. I don't know. I'm feeling feisty though. I'm feeling feistier than the last couple of proclaim that they win. Jake Marsh's nice kid. He's a kid, and he's.
Hey, doing well. How are you? Testing the microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah, just fine. We do. Sounds good. Sounds good.
And celebrating each other's victories, the healing we all need as Indigenous peoples can be achieved to re-indigenize our world. We share so much that helps us to understand one another. This is not the first time our peoples from the opposite sides of the ocean have met, and it is so exciting to once again meet and celebrate with one another. My thanks to First Alaskans Institute, Sealaska, Tlingit Haida, the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Kamehameha Schools, UAS, and everyone involved in making this happen. To our Hawaiian relatives, we hope that everything goes well on your journey. I send you the blessings of my community, Metlakatla Indian community, and my nation, the Tsimshian, as you traverse our waters and the waters of our neighbors and relatives down the coast. We look forward to hosting you in Metlakatla. May the weather and the waves be with you on your journey. Our hope is that you discover all you've set out to learn about yourselves and your connection to this world we share. That the friendships you make bring joy to you as much as your presence has already brought joy to us. And that your inspiration will lift us up as we continue to re-indigenize our side of the world. Thank you all for listening to me. Sipsipin Toot Nuism. I love you all. Sa'amthwalism. In my language, Sa'amthwalism means make your names good. It is both a well-wishing and a challenge to go out there and do the best you can for you and your people. So Sa'amthwalism, Tatnis Nuism. Waiwa.
So again, that was Yabam Lacha, and you're just a great friend and person in this region who's doing a lot of this work. You know, they say that we're kind of in this Renaissance era where we're not only reclaiming but propelling ourselves forward.
You know what comes out through all this is the high degree of respect that everyone has for everyone, honoring them, being kind to them, uplifting them, and that comes through in a brilliant way right here in this ceremony.
Yet not at the expense of each other's culture or practice or traditions, but just how it's all connected and woven together, one not more or less than the other. And like he said, we are stronger together.
It's a genuine love. Any other way.
And it's not just the Haida and the Tlingit and the Tsimshian and the Yupik, but it's us and you. It's our other relatives that are across this globe as well. That we have that love.
Yeah, the connection and the reconnection, making this really a global kind of awareness.
We're better together.
Yeah. And so far, we've had the blessing and the welcoming, but everything has really been affirmations, right? Affirming our connections that we have with each other, affirming why we're here. And we think about, in modern times, people talk about the affirmations that they have in the morning. I am beautiful, I am strong. We're saying we are related. We're saying we are here to hold you up. And so we're affirming that, we're speaking that into existence.
With our words, with
and that
song,
won't go away.
Because we love you.
affirmation
because we
and
respect you so much.
The positive being sent
I
out
say,
to the
mahalo.
Learning to learn.
To Kamehameha
Learning
for
to
allowing my keiki to sit with you and watching them so carefully.
For Earth.
We've been to Hawaii.
When you both have been so fun to hang out with. I have a party to get to, though. So I'm going to head out for a little bit, and I appreciate being able to spend time here with you today.
Although
and I
sometimes
look
they're
forward
so
to
good at
seeing
what they do, I don't know what to do.
At the party later.
Thank you for sharing with us and helping us through this, understanding
good friend,
your language, your history, and this connection to this place.
And I thought, let me get a dictionary. Let me see what that means. And I feel a lot of pressure right now. But before we turn it over, I want to say, Gunachish Klein to Dachkit Ach, Colleen James, for a lot of the ways she has orchestrated events that would happen here on campus, Dave Klein, our facilities, our rec center office, our leadership at the university, both here at UAS and at statewide. I'm going on my 4th chancellor starting this year, and all 4 of the chancellors, John Pugh, Rick Caulfield, Karen Carey, and now Aparna Palmer, are all part of a language reclamation. And one of the ways that they're part of that is I just kept knocking on the door and saying, we didn't have doors on our clan houses, so what if we could teach our languages without charging anybody any money? And everybody was confused. They said, well, we'll just add more scholarships. I said, no. We shouldn't be asking our people to pay. We didn't do this. And later you're going to hear from Ish Herman Davis, and he gets a lot of credit. We were at a screening of a film about Keokne and Huaynak, Nora Marks Dowenhauer and Richard Dowenhauer, and he stood up and he said, why is it just us? So we also encourage everybody who resides in this place to go ahead and learn Tlingit. If you live on Haida lands, learn Hatkil. If you live on Tsimshian lands, learn Smalgech. If you live on Hawaiian lands, learn Hawaiian. So I'm so thankful. We have so much love and respect for you. You warm our hearts. You strengthen our spirits. You are our courage. Yi'it Choaha. We turn it over to you.
Quick reminder while they're getting ready. We do have seats in front here. We want to invite the aunties and the uncles who are sitting in the back or standing. Our aunties and uncles, they should not be standing. They should be sitting up front right here. So we have seats here. And if you have a seat next to you or if you have chairs next to you, please raise your hand so that we can invite our relatives who are standing on the edge to please come on in. This is family. This is family time. So come on in. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. We won't bite unless you ask. That's why my seat is next to my wife. So don't be shy. Come on in. We see a lot of relatives there. Don't be shy. Come on in. Take a seat. We have plenty of seats in here. Cheesh. Mahalo.
We shift to Hawaii, the global launch ceremony by our Hawaii delegation, which includes the Polynesian Voyaging Society, the Kamehameha Schools, Ahamoana Nui a Kea Pacific Consortium, and community leaders and supporters.
We begin here with the sounding of the pool or the conch, followed by chants in the Howana, Ahonua, Pule Omaikai, and other prayers. Chanting here is Snowbird Bento, the faculty of Kamehameha schools, and as well as Kumuhula Kaleo Trinidad. The two of them will lead the protocols.
Ai hea kawai a kan. Ai kahikina kala puka I hae hae. Ai ilaila kawai a kan. Uyak no ya oi. Ai hea kawai a kan. Ai I kaulanga kala I ka pai o ko I ke kai. E mai ana mani ho, makamole mai o le hua. Ai ilaila kawai a kan.
Presiding with the prayers and the order, asking for the water of Kane.
Ke kualono, I ke avava, ke kahawai. Ai ilaila kawai a kan. Uya kana ya oi. Ai hea kawai a kan. Ai I kai, I ka moana, I ke kualau, ke anue nue, ka punohu, ka ua ko, ka level level. Ai ilaila kawai a kan. Uya kana ya oi. Ai hea kawai a kan. Ai I kai, I ka moana, kualau, ke anue nue, ka punohu, ka ua ko, ka level level. Ai ilaila kawai a kan. Uya kana ya oi. Ai hea kawai a kane. Ai luna kawai a kane. Kia uli, kia ele ele, kia pano pano, kia popola hua mea a kane la e. Ai ilaila kawai a kane. Uya kana ya oi. Ai hea kawai a kane. Ai ilalo, I ka honua, I ka wai hu, I ka wai kau a kane me kana loa. He wai puna, he wai inu, he wai mana, he wai ola, e ola no e a.
Preparing the ava with the mixing fibers. He now offers this ava to the deities.
Ava for those who are here and those who have since passed. Set there are the photographs of sorts of kupuna that have been instrumental in the foundation and the start of the Polynesian Voyaging Society. For Hokulea and all the canoes that have followed. And especially for this relationship that was forged with Alaska over 30 years ago.
We're reminded by legendary Hawaiian scholar Mary Kavena Pukuli that no Hawaiian ceremony ever went without ava. So ava is very important to create an energy as well as a calmness at the same time.
Ya kanika poha ka ale ho ko ia ka ava. Ya lono makua paupu ho ina au makua akua o mako.
It's interesting, the lay of ferns that Mayana is wearing is made from both ferns from here in Juneau and ferns from Hawaii, Palapalai, woven together.
Again, like that aha of Senate.
Yeah.
Aha
of cedar.
Of cedar woven together of our culture.
Just another thing, so that he's wearing around his head, he learned just the other day how to weave cedar, and so Laiana wove his own cedar lei po'o and also attached to it fur, beaver fur, and humu or sewed it on. So he made his own traditional Alaskan style just without even planning to do so. He learned from a kupuna from here.
Again, the exchange of culture, the exchange of traditional knowledge between peoples.
Uluwe,
The first apu, coconut cup of ava, is called the ava akua, and offering to the deities. And here they are poured over stones that come from Tapu Tapu Atea, the famous heiau in Atea, French Polynesia, that is the vortex of Pacific navigation. So those stones receive the apu akua.
E awai kanu ia e te atua ua lono tau i ta awa e kani tapu mata i au tulu mai talani mai kulu e he anu e kue he uila tape au tona tuhi atu tuhi mai tuhi talapala ua inu i ta awalai mate ona i ta
As mentioned, the kuahu that has been put up, ava is also served to Na'auma Kuaho Kele, our guiding elders who have passed, but whom we carry with us. As their photos come in and out of the sequence, you may take notice of who they are. Polynesian Voyaging Society President Myron Pinky Thompson, Hokulea's first navigator, the master, Maupia Alvin Ellicott, who was a Tahitian civic leader, promoter of traditional voyaging, and president of Tainui Friends of Hokulea from French Polynesia. Sir Hector Hekini Moipasmi, Maori co-navigator and builder of bridges and of canoes. Byron Lalai, Sea Alaska Corporation Chair and CEO and leader of the Tlingit Raven Clan of Yakutan.
Mai ka pi'ina o ka la I Zantikihini. Ai ka velona o ka la I papahana o mokua kea I Hawaii. Aloha pumehana mai kakua Paulua. Aloha. O wau keia o Randy Kamuela Fong. I descend from the Halemanu, Ukeke, and Kiokilere families of Wainiha, Kauai. The Hayakekai, Aipu'upu'u, and Kauawa families of Lahaina and Kanaio on the island of Maui. And the Kamakamuhoali'i family, a shark lineage of Kalihiuka, Oahu, Honomu Hilo, and Hamakua, Hawaii. Greetings to the Occoquan and to the extended family of clans and tribes of Alaska Southeast and beyond. These past few weeks, as Hokulea traveled from Yakutat to Kona and Deishu and to here in Zantikihini, we've experienced hospitality at its finest. The outpouring of love, the attention to details, and the willingness to invite us into your culture and to be among you and to learn from you has been life-changing. Mahalo piha, we thank you all. As Hokulea prepares to embark on the historic Moana Nui a Kea voyage, launching from here in Juneau, we want the world to know how humbled we are to be in this sacred land and how proud we are to stand alongside our Alaska Native family, knowing we will all be on this 4-year journey together. At this time, we welcome Leg 3 of the Hokulea crew, who just arrived yesterday. We invite them and all crew to come up front and be a part of the opening. Ehele mai oko.
Ha'a, a dance honoring Hokulea, performed by the Hawaii delegation, which includes more than 80 people, including crew members, the original crew members from Hokulea's maiden voyage to Tahiti in 1976, Billy Richards, John Cruz, and Shorty Bertelman, the Kamehameha Schools, and many more.
A number of chants and prayers, and the ha'a, which is really a very robust representation of the canoe itself, has been learned by all of the delegation. Ahonua, the canoe chant first. Speaks of Hokulea gliding over the waves, the hokua, and the screeching that you can hear, the e'eina of the va'a. And that is the Pule Ho'omaikai, which is the prayer of thanksgiving. Now into the ha'a. Alas, Hokulea has arrived. This Awe Uahitie chant has become standard in our culture, contemporary composition by Pua Case.
It is really unifying, means to just hui pui, bring everybody together.
The energy and the strength of the Leo Lokahi, everybody chanting together. Back and forth, kahola style, with one to call out and the rest to answer, back and forth. Energy is created.
Sailing the Va'a from Juneau to Ketchikan. Captain Mark Ellis, who spoke earlier, co-navigator Tua Pittman, Nolan Keawana, Captain Moani Hemuni, Rex Lokeni, Kai Hoshindra.
A big mahalo to Leg 3 of the Hokulea crew.
And Dino Moran.
Mahalo Anui Loa. As they make their way back to their seats, let's take a moment to reflect on why we are here and where we are going. To set the stage for this 4-year epic voyage around our Pacific home, Moana Nui Akea, please help me welcome to the stage our senior Po navigator and president of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Mr. Nainoa Thompson.
Aloha mai kākou. My genealogy is born and raised and taught in the Hawaiian Islands. And I simply come from the best, greatest parents anybody could have. And I say this because walking into this room today, I had no idea how much spirit is in here, how much mana is in here, how much power is in this room. And it kind of scared me, because I'm not much of a public speaker and I don't like it. But when your young leadership stood up here, I bring my mom and dad as the best parents in this room, because what you taught me this morning is that what courage looks like when you open yourself with no fear and talk about things at the core of who you are on the basis of the canoe called love. The world needs to be able to have that courage. And it's here. Byron and I, over 4 years ago, talked about this voyage. Make a circle in the Pacific. The question was, where do you start it? Byron is my great teacher after my father. He's my great navigator and his best friend. And he humbly told me, it's got to be here. You know what? The navigator was correct. Coming in here, listening to you this morning has changed everything. I don't even want to talk about Moana Nui Akea. So I've been scrambling notes over here, putting it up here, hope I can remember the thoughts about being so impacted by, again, your courage to be open, your courage to share with strangers from other lands about how much they love you, and the fundamental belief, and I agree, it's clear to me, that's the canoe that's going to change the world. And that's the canoe Moana Nui Akea is going to take with us. It's an old canoe that's been tested over 12,000 years. And it's still here. And it still has navigators. It still has captains from your land, from your language, from your ancestors. It's still here, and it's stronger than ever. So I changed my speech. I'm going to struggle. I apologize. But I'm going to take you to my home. When I was young, maybe 5 or 6 or 7, I don't know. My father's mother, nearly pure Hawaiian. She was a storyteller, much like you. She had an old wooden house, and in the living room she had this bed that we call the pune'e. It's where she would rest, but that's where she dreamed, and that's where she connected. She was the connection, as almost a prophet, back to her ancestors. But she was a storyteller, and she comes to me this morning in here scrambling up the notes about what to say that would be meaningful. But you changed me. I bring my grandmother into the room. I would sit on the floor with her, and she would tell me stories. She would tell me the stories of our name, Paoa. Paoa is an ancestral navigator's name that comes way, way back into places like our homeland in Kaikinui, at Taputapuatea, the great school of the navigators. But she talked about her grandfather, that when she was in school on Friday nights, he would paddle his canoe to a place called Kawaihoa, where I was raised, in the Bay of Maunalua. And he would pick her up, and they would paddle all night up against wind and wave in a place called the Kaiwi. Kaiwi is a name for the color of the bone, the white water, because it's so rough. And he would wait for dawn to come in the reef, she would talk. And he knew exactly when to go in amongst the big waves and get through and take his granddaughter up to the cave that he lived in and live the old way. When she talked about her grandfather, I don't remember her words, but I remember her eyes. Her eyes would brighten up. Her body would go against gravity, and her body would lift up. She would sit up straight. And when she would talk about her grandfather, her love for her grandfather, and how much pride she had in him because he was a champion fisherman. Someone to be proud of. A great Hawaiian. And when she talked about him and how much she loved him, she looked right into your eyes, almost to tell you, boy, you need to be proud of him, proud of your ancestors. But she didn't say that. Gravity would pull her down. She would slouch on the couch. She would change the story. It would go into a personal, deep civil war inside of her. The war of conflict and doubt and fear. And she talked about the other half of her in school, where teachers had the permission to beat her. You know the story. You know the story. Beat her. Same story. I only bring this in because she needs to be here. When she talked about being beaten in school, and she went to the school called Kamehameha in a different time. Different time. She would slouch, gravity would pull her lower, and when she told those stories, she would look into the ground and not look into your eyes. It would be the first time that I would get a sense of the association of being Hawaiian and being shame of who you are. She would continue to look into the ground and talk about her uncle who would take the powerful detergent called lye and rub it really, really hard on his skin to remove the stain of the brown so he wouldn't be Hawaiian. And she continued to look to the ground. A story she needed to tell me, and all I could understand was, yep, you should be proud of who you are. Yep, you should stand up. You should be strong, look anybody in the eye. But don't. Because if you're going to be that, you're going to get hurt. So my father's generation, maybe in 100 generations, would be the first that would be denied. Culture, tradition, language, and genealogy. To start that long road, that black road of extinction of who you are. Because you're going to get hurt in the larger society. I love my grandmother. She was brilliant and she was hurt. Her last days, I was in my late 20s. She was in the Queen's Hospital and she was very sick and she mostly slept. Damn. And I went by myself to go see her. I went in the room and nobody was there. It was just me. And she was sleeping. Quietly sleeping, didn't want to disturb her. But I put my hand on her hand. And without opening her eyes, without even waking up, it'd be the first time I'd hear her chant a language I didn't understand, except one word, Hokulea. She kept bringing up that name, Hokulea. Kept bringing her name, didn't open her hands, but she squeezed my hand. I didn't say a word to her. She didn't open her eyes, but she knew I was there. Why I bring up this story is because I had the privilege to be here 33 years ago with the genesis of an idea, the need for you to help us, to give us wood, to carry our culture, to build a canoe, and be proud. Why I bring up this story was when my grandmother squeezed my hand, I felt her strength. She didn't need her eyes. And why I bring that story up, it's just to try to impress upon you how far we've come in 33 years. I'm not saying that we don't have trauma or challenge. I'm not saying that we don't have a need for the healing. But man, we have come so far. And I thought this morning by your speakers, powerful, courageous, free, open, articulate, and beautiful. It is not the same speech I heard 33 years ago. And in this room, there is amazing people, and I do want to thank the institutions, of course. Sea Alaska Heritage, of course, First Alaskans, Tlingit Haida, and all the big institutions to make this happen. But it's been happening for 33 years, and it's growing, and it's more strong than ever. I want to thank the Princess for making an 8,000-mile journey to be here with us, to remind us how big the family is. We used to think our nation was 3.5 times bigger than the continental United States. Now, when we start to look at the real family, and you add on this one into the new map of the Pacific, anchored by Alaska, natives in the north, Rapa Nui in the east, Aotearoa in the south, and Paiwan in the west. Now it's 12 times bigger than continental United States. Byron was right. Started here. Because in this room, we have seen amazing things. Yakutat, because you remember. And we're all still mourning our great leader, Byron Malat. And then to be asked by his family that really rightfully should have carried that paddle. But the story is when they go out on the yak and they travel far and long, when the canoes come home, if someone's missing, if someone's not coming home, someone holds the paddle up. The paddle that is carved and painted of the warrior that's not coming home. Having the honor and the privilege to hold up that paddle as we came into Yakutat is beyond imagination, and it had to come from the love of that community for that man. And then to be into the A&B hall where we're overfed constantly. We're just going, how will we eat all this stuff? You know, it's but it's not just food, it's the family from the land and the sea. I wish we could do that in Hawaii. You come to Hawaii, we go to Costco. Because what we did to our coral reefs, what we did to our forest. We in this room, and I want to thank you for change, is a constant reminder that the forests aren't trees, those are our children. That the animals in the sea, that's our relatives. What we do to the land, what we do to the sea, we do it in the context of love of family. Because love of family and place is actually the same thing. We forgot. We forgot. So Costco might be a joke, but it's not. Because it's an alternative. Huna. Icy Straits. Community wants to sail. Come out with us. Yakutat, we honored Byron. Huna, chant and song was played to all of their family members that went out to the ocean and didn't come home. To make sure they're not forgotten. Make sure that they're remembered. To make sure there's songs and there's chants for their names. Calling out into the cold wind. And making sure that they know that their family loves them. And dancing in the... What impressed me the most, dancing in your halls, impressed me the most. Young children, generations are sitting there. And when the dance starts, a mother or a father is picking up a child, holds them close to their heart, and dances with them. No child did I ever see, no matter what the age was, in your clan houses, did I ever see a child cry. Ever. And all that time, the 2-year-old or the 1-year-old has been held to the love and the heart and the bosom of the mother or the father. They're listening to the songs of your ancestors. And I'll tell you, that is the pathway to stop extinction. Younger, the better. No crying, hanging on and listening and feeling the dance, hearing the chants, hearing the words. You're never going to go back to any question of whether you're going to lose it, because you're not. You're powerful. Damn. Deishu, I just learned that word. Did I say it right? Oh, yeah. In this room, I do want to thank the 3 families of the Malats and the family of Judson Brown and Ernie Hillman for being here to care for us. But to be at the graveside of Judson Brown with all the daughters and all the granddaughters and grandsons, the great-grandsons, the great-great-grandsons and grandchildren there, It was just a powerful reminder of how many times do we go to the grave sites of our loved ones and make sure that when we come, you come. Because you get to do what they do, pay respect, honor, remember, don't forget. I'm struggling. But Judson comes in my mind too. 1992, he says, Nainoa, I want you to come to my home in Seattle. I want to show you something. So I go to his home and have the privilege to stay there, and he opens a drawer in his filing cabinet, pulls out a file. In the file he gives it to me, 2 scientific research papers, independent of each other, in genetics. And what it said was, the native people of this land have strong Polynesian genetics and blood type. And he wanted me to read that and see it, because Judson was the brilliant navigator that recognized at some point in time, we're going to need to connect. We're going to need to come together. And as the world feels like it's falling apart, like it's being fractured, that we're heading and mapping out war, and that we're depleting natural resources faster than the human need can be met. All those things that we see every single day that's thrown at us and our children. Stories of fear, stories of doubt, stories absent of hope. Judson is saying, no, come together. There are tools. Right now, to me, we have tools in the room from science. We have tools in the room that's building a 3rd canoe to sail with Hokulea and Hikianalia. It's a virtual canoe. A platform for platforms with the biggest institutions we have in the world that can scale that to any child in the world. With commitments from us saying, you cannot just increase the gap in education between the rich and the poor. That the education that come off these canoes going to have to be free. The institutions agreed, because equity matters. It's the only way. We would fail out of our tent if we increase that gap. Those tools are here, and they're powerful. We have them. That's the essence of Moana Nui Akea. But let's not talk about departure. Those canoes can't leave. This is not a departure ceremony. This is a celebration of a beginning. I was at a lunch years ago with the Dalai Lama, and his assistant came up to me and said to me that the Dalai Lama believes that Hokulea is a flashlight. It's shining a beam in the black of the storm on the earth, and it's creating the path for humanity to find its way out of the storm. And I think about that. I bring him in the room. I'm stumbling. I apologize. Because I've been so impacted by you, all of you, what you've done, the consistency of respect, the consistency of aloha, the consistency of kindness, consistent. The reason why I say this is because, in many ways, I think you're the light. I think you're the flashlight. And your light is strong. We can't do this voyage without you. There are platforms for you, if you choose. And the reason I say that, the world needs to see your light. And when you ground it to its basic essence, your light's going to leave the earth and life on the earth. We are embarking in a time in human history, in my humble opinion, is facing the race. Those who we keep acknowledging are destroying and hurting the planet. And there's another powerful movement, more powerful, exponentially more powerful than ever. It's the movement of kindness on the planet. You know how we know? We went around the world. And where we saw it the most was strangers that are like you. They're in their forests. They're in their watersheds. They're in the worst of your communities, the ones that people need it the most. Children that should be served the most, that are served the least. They're there. And that thousands, and actually we saw, you just exponentially multiply that by the ones we didn't see. There's the greatest movement in human history ever to respond to hurting two things: home and family. When a parent starts a debate the prognosis of a war in 4 to 5 years on the ocean, they can choose fear or they can choose strength. You choose strength. This is the greatest movement that's happening now to restore the earth. And the reason why they need you, because you guys clearly have shown the growth and the shift and the change and the power and the conciseness of your word about how clear you are about two things. About one thing: love of your family and your home. You will be the ones that will help humanity, because fundamentally, yes, they need your story. But what humanity needs, it needs your strength. Hokulea needs your strength. We need your strength. I am not asking, I'm begging. Be with us. Let us take your stories. Let us take your home. We can do it. And show the world another way. But more importantly, show the light and strengthen the most incredible human movement of human history ever to restore our only island that we have, and we call it Earth. I really apologize for stumbling. I came with a speech for what I think, and all I could do is tell you how I feel. On behalf of Hokulea, I can find the strength too, just to say, we love you all. Mahalo.
That was an outstanding speech by CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Nainoa Thompson, and it reminds me, always honors his mentors and his parents, but his father, Myron Pinky Thompson, of course, one of the founders, very influential of the Polynesian Voyaging Society.
And now the students of the Kamehameha schools, under the direction of Kumuhula Kaleo Trinidad and Snowbird Bento, will perform the first part of a hula.
Mahalo Nainoa. As we witness what's happening to our planet, we call upon Hi'iaka, the great healer. Among her many forms, she is the younger sister of the volcano goddess Pele and a patron goddess of hula, our traditional dance. We share the story of Uluvehivehi, a time when the world of our ancestors was clean and vibrant, lush and teeming with life.
A beautiful dance. Speaking of the vegetation of island Earth and how important it is to restore that vegetation so that life will continue.
And that concept of healing as well, not just of growth, but before growing, there has to be that clearing, that cleansing.
Extreme heat overtakes the earth. Wildfires burn out of control. The glaciers are melting at an alarming rate, and temperatures rise around the globe. Our home island Earth is under threat.
That dance is a hula kala'au, using the long la'au or stick and the short stick, telling the story about the growing heat of the earth.
As we prepare to sail throughout the ancestral Pacific, it is our goal to uplift traditional knowledge and amplify indigenous voices. The Paiwan tribe of the Kavinyangan village in Pingtung, Taiwan, represents a 6,000-year-old genealogy from which Polynesians and Micronesians descend. We trace the origin of our languages, as well as our navigational and voyaging sciences, back to this region of the world. I'm honored to introduce Princess Malovlov, Pinapedi, and Giligili Lau, who flew some 8,000 miles to be here to celebrate the Hokulea. They will offer their prayers to the ancestors and to their sacred mountain, Da'u.
That was an outstanding, a very unusual nose flute, all the air coming from the ihu, or from the nose, and playing the two flutes with harmony from the nose. Princess Malovlov is the daughter of the queen of the Paiwan tribe in Taipei. And they are the indigenous people of Taiwan, Taipei, and their tribe is Paiwan.
The similarities again between all of us, the native Alaskan Indians, the Hawaiian, with chant, with music, with drumming,
in their ceremonies, they always wear a lei of fern on their head, and it's usually kupu fern. Here they're using their travel. They're thousands of miles from home. And the idea that they use kupu fern in ceremony and in performance is just amazing.
Just like us.
Just like us.
The second portion of the Hawaii Global Launch Protocol is a call to Pacific, to the entire Pacific. It starts with the remarks of our indigenous Pacific family, of course by Commander Heskins and Randy Fawn, and then it continues on with this indigenous tribe of Taiwan, with the Princess Love.
What a rare glimpse into the indigenous culture of Taiwan, Taipei.
Just a really special opportunity that I think something like
Mahalo, Princess
the launch of
Malolove,
Hokulea
and our
brings
indigenous
to a
Taiwan
place
family.
where it embraces all cultures.
Hokulea's navigational heritage comes from Master Pacific Navigator, the revered and beloved Pius Mo Piailug. Through him, we have come to know the region of Micronesia as a place of beauty and brilliance. Veteran Hokulea leader Max Yarawamai of Ulithi Yap, Federated States of Micronesia, offers well-wishing on behalf of his people.
Pardon me. So, excuse me. I should be in my attire at home with a malo, but here in your home, I have 5 layers on right now. Whew. It's cold here. I don't know what to say. I'm not a speaker, but what I've heard over the week, and as my master navigator, and I know I said, as humble Shorty talks behind me, gives me the strength to be in front of all of you, because here is a lot of love and a lot of spirit. So I wrote down a little bit, but before I get into that, I couldn't sleep last night. Just writing things down and throw it away, wake up again, write things down, throw it away. And I just couldn't get anything together. It was just so much that I've come to feel in this beautiful place, and being out with Wayne on that canoe yesterday, paddling with Dino, Rex, Uwe, Kala, and my other captain, Bruce. It was just no spoken word or anything could top that. You know, just being with the humble captain behind with no hard voices, but just this silent talk to us, matching the water that we were going through and getting to the glacier and standing there. Thank you for putting me where I am today. So, here I go. Thank you, Taiwan, Alaskan Natives, and Hawaii, and all the newcomers here. Today's a blessing for all of us to meet with great hearts to discuss our future in this troubled world. 4 years we've been put down, walk on, but we as a people, we don't give up. We are built not in a soft bed, air conditioned, or electric blanket, but rather in forest and lowlands. We weather storms not in concrete buildings, but in huts made out of grass, skins, or coconut leaves. We will not forget our ancestors in their struggle in their times. We will learn from our past to improve the future of indigenous people and this place called Earth. We have lots to teach and pass on to our future generation. Mleve le mak yarawamai. Udom le siflu le mai dal le fedrai. Le shilwas le yulthi. Ato. Mai dal matmai le telugiyar en mlasle le mraliam. ملاتمي اسم التمول في ذراي أني بوضع مسوس مسوق مانيام خامم ملي خامل ناتشل جا تمول لعمم جا بوسا يوش ما تعرف I just tell you my genealogy. My name is Max Yarawamai, Mak Yarawamai. My father's name is Teluyar, and my mother's name is Shirmareliam. My father came from the clan called Wangyang, and we are the protector of the paramount chief, and we serve him as the protector of the ocean and the reef. My mom is from the paramount chief island called Maumo, and she's from a place called Lamadak. She is the lineage with the paramount chief. So, in Ulthi, all the way up to Sarawal, we have the paramount chief in Ulthi, and we have chiefs all the way up to Sarawal. We were not fortunate enough to go down. I think about a month ago, they have a post ceremony on Sarawal, and they all gather in Sarawal for 10 days to hear from our brother, cousin Thomas Rifferty, who made the trip down there. And they talked about all what we're doing up here and what we're going to be trying to do this next 4 years. And from Thomas would be here talking, but he couldn't make it because he's not feeling well. But he told me to tell all of you that we have met. Our paramount chief was on Sarawal, and they all talked about how they're all behind all of us. They're all behind all of us in spirit. And when we get there, hopefully we could make it through the challenges that we're going to go through, that they're going to be there with open hearts to welcome us. The spirit of the Po, which went through Mao, is on the canoe. And I feel that every time I'm on the canoe. The canoe is showing us the world. It's not us that's navigating the canoe, but the spirit of the canoe is so strong. And they've emphasized to me that they've renewed that spirit again on the canoe. So with that, I just want to thank you all for giving me this guy that you won't know a lot of where I come from, because I'm only just a little dot on that map that you guys looked at. But I'm kind of close to Taiwan, close to the Philippines, below Guam, but that's where I come from. And I've been, like I said earlier, I left home when I was 13, going to Western schools, and now I know the answers of all what I was trying to find is here in this room. Thank you all.
It's hard to really translate what we're feeling in this room. It is real. It is aloha. And he said it so well.
Max is
the people of Samoa
man, and he
represent the oldest, most senior members of our Polynesian family. As we called out to the vast Pacific, the voice of Samoa replied,
really
but not from the tropical island chain below the equator.
Just the Micronesian community where he lives,
but from right here in the local community.
Everyone in his community.
Born in
He is a formidable
raised in Savai'i
contributor,
and Tutuila, residing in Hawaii for a time, and then finally settling here in Zantikahini, Juneau, for the past 30 years.
What he has
we are honored to call upon one of our resident Matai, or chiefs, to offer a blessing today. Afio mai lau afionga, tolu ma'anabe.
From Lefanga Upolo, Samoa, and now a resident of Juneau, Alaska, Tolumana Ave lives here now, and it's just really an amazing journey that she has taken to come to this place of Alaska.
And it's not that your culture needs to assimilate. Not that your culture needs to assimilate to the culture of that land, because they remain very uniquely Samoan, and they parallel perfectly with Alaska natives here. They eat, they laugh, they dance, they work hard, and they love.
My real name is Louis. I never used to stand like this in million people. I'm too nervous to do it. Hopefully, it can help you. Wa malama nei urungalo ma uftia le malo le te puitea. Ta oto nei tu la whasa ngā foi maota le ata le tuitonga. Ta aloa li i le ata o le sa mona ngalo ai utu pōpō te vai tau whaari. Leila se seu e toi langa vale a wā wapa ia whale, wapa ia whafo, wapa ia runga. O lea ua otu wai le singi ai o sau sau le moana. peo le fitalenga I le tua masanga. O te whata alofa, ma ofa alofa atu I le malanga, ale moana nui kea, e pea fua aile nei whata singa, I lau sunga, I le whata msili, ma le mamalu o le au malanga. Ma alo malanga manuia, a fio mai, tala mai a au. E whata alo whatu fo, ma ofa alo whatu I le au fia. Ua poto mai mo le nei wha moe moe. Ma alo le soi fua manuia. O upo le tusi, le wha moe moe ua tau nuu, o le la au lea o le ola. Tātou fia ia, ma wha fitai I le atua, ua tau nuu manuia le nei wha moe moe. Sa whau ao, whau po. Se taimi o mua tu ama, le fua ma tatala le filia li I langi. Ma ina, ma ua mantia I tātou, uma I a awa lofa, o le tapa au sili I le langi. O alofa nā, o alofa nei. I whaatasi le tua ma o tau, I auto manuia, ia manuia le whainga mlanga. Soi fua, ma ia manuia.
heartfelt expressions by the Samoan community. It's important, I think, to remind all of our viewers here that this is not a performance, this is not a show.
No, it is a sharing. And again, Hokulea is at the center, at the forefront of bringing all these people together that have made Juneau and Alaska their home.
Absolutely.
Thousands of miles away.
And as Nainoa had said earlier, looking at the Pacific as really the largest nation in the world, all from Taipei to Alaska, all the way down the Americas into the islands and Aotearoa, Rapa Nui, it's an amazing. It's just on fire, with pride and identity.
And again, not at the expense of the other.
No.
The entire village.
From little Ulithi, as Max would point out,
right,
to much greater expanses of land. People, things like Hokulea makes a level playing field where everyone is valued and brings something to the fore to share.
As we bring up on Tua to speak, just one quick comment about how it's asking permission of others to do what you would like to do. And when you're told no, you don't do it. You don't just go and do what you want, like in some people in the world. I'm going to take this, I'm going to do that. This guy, Tua Pittman from Rarotonga.
Another small island.
Another small island. He's a big boy for a small island.
Wow. Tammajikie tamarangie kappairunga kappairano kappapaina derangie arutakinae kamimo hush kamimo hush kamimo huyo. This is a chant from our islands in the Cook Islands, very, very small group of islands that families, parents, children, sports teams, paddling teams, they come together to gather strength. And what it is tamatiki are the children of the land, the children of the ocean, and the children of the heavens, calling them to come together to uplift their spirit, to uplift their pride, and to push away their fear, not to hide it, but to conquer it by unity. So I thought it was appropriate that I do that chant here for you, with you, together, because we're about to sail away on a really, really important journey. And I chanted this chant to take the members of this gathering, your spirit, your family spirit, and your love with us. We may have had a fear, but we don't have that fear anymore because of you. And I thank you, and I thank you, and I thank you again. Meitaki mata.
Mahalo tua. Aotearoa, also known as New Zealand, is a place that is special to many of us. Two important reasons are the late Sir Hekenukumai Ngaiwi Busby and the iconic waka, Te Aorere. His close relationship with Nainoa led to the robust resurgence of traditional Maori voyaging. Here to offer expressions of aroha is Maori voyaging leader and pole navigator Stanley Conrad of Te Tai Tokirau.
Hoi kou ki te tai e kou ki te tai e. Ara wāhi ātura te maru huka huka o mārerea. Piki ti atu te aurere kura o tatorangi. Tapa tapa ruru ana. Te kakau o te hoe he au heke ana. Te tara tupu ana te huka o Tangaroha. A ki te puhi whatukura ki te himare kura o taku waka. Ka titiro i ahau ki te taia uta, ki te taia waho, piki tūrangi ana. Te kakau o te hoe. Hei, o kumea te uru o taku waka. Aue, kei runga. Ki te kiri wai wai o papatua nuku. E tokoto mai nei. Iaha, au e kei runga ki te uru tapanui o tāne e tū mai. Ora whati rua te hoi o paupoto tauake ki te hoi o ngakura. E ari ki whatu manawa, tō manawa e kura ki taku manawa. Kairia ki wai o nuku. Kairia ki wai o rahi. Ora ka whiti au ki te whai au, ki te ao marama e. Kotahira, tukua ma kiki a piri, tukua ma kiki a tata, ki papa tuanuku e te kotone. Ai. Ke rona tātou katoa nen tuku atu nia ki ke tātou katoa. Huri atu ke rātu ko wheturangi tia. Ka huri o rātu nei tuara ki a mātou haere atu. Hoki ana mai ki te tangata. Ki a kanui ora, ke tātou e rotu i to tātou nei whare. A tēnā rā tātou katoa. If I had to do that with actions, I think I would need the ambulance to take me to hospital. But, kia ora tātou katoa. I hail from the very part of the Southern Ocean. As you, we're very close to the Antarctic in Aotearoa. I just recited an ancient karakia, an ancient prayer from one of our tupuna captains of our tupuna ancestral wakas called Ngātuki Matawhaurua, and his name was Nukutawhiti. This karakia he used as he traversed one of our dangerous harbours in Aotearoa, ko Hokianga Mau Karakia. He used this karakia to pacify the waves and to clear the way so his canoe could enter the harbour and land safely inside the harbour. So the karakia just done is to park and pacify the journey of Hokulea on its journey through here, through Alaska, and on its way through to the starting of our Te Mona Nui a Kewa. Yes, I do. We're all in the same when it comes down to our traditions, and we had the same struggles regarding our culture and our language, but it's through the waka and through our language and through our traditions that we have come through. It's like my good friend Max talked about his genealogy, how important genealogy is to me and myself and my people. Is we always make sure we connect our genealogy back to our ancient canoes, our ancient waka that arrived in Aotearoa. And just like to put out my warm thank you, and it's an honour to be here, especially to come here and
on this journey here in Alaska. We give a big mihi to the people, the tribes of this place. It's very special. It's a journey for me because it's coming back here. It's like retracing where my elder Hector Busby came, and it's a great for me. I've fulfilled that journey. It's not the last. Be back, not in winter time. Be back in the summertime because I think your winter's a little bit too cold for me. But I'm just honored to be here and to be part of this amazing kaupapa that's going to begin, and it's just great to be here and honor a wonderful day and all you here. It's great to meet a lot of you, and like the speakers before me said, you're warm, your hospitality, just awhi, we call this awhi, has been awesome, and I'll take that back to Aotearoa, and if you ever come down our way, we'll try and better that when it comes to that. So so no reira, kia koutou katoa, a huri atu kia koutou ngā kaumuana o Hokulea, ko timatanga tō koutou ni haere ki te manakitanga, i te atua i Chiaki, i manakitia koutou, e kaumuana ma, kia koe te kaihautu, e koe te hoa, e tua, mauri atu. No reira, huri no hiri no, a tēnā ra tātou katoa. Kia ora everybody, kia ora.
That was amazing. You know, all of these speakers are speaking from the heart. They're so sincere, and always a little bit of humor kind of works its way in a little bit. We're going to transition now to the Heleo Mahalo portion.
The signs are all around
the Hawaiian
us.
Protocol.
We must heed the call for change.
And more chants about
the sounding of the drums of nature
of the earth
is dire. Yet the solutions are well within our reach.
The instrument that they're using is called oeoe, and you don't see it very often, but it's a board with holes attached to a kaula, and then when it's wound up and swung in the air, it creates the sound of makani, or wind, and so it can be used as a metaphor, it can be used as a approaching, almost a defensive, guarding, protecting what is yours from those who tend to take things away that don't belong to them. So the winds of protection, you see them using the oeoe traditional instrument.
Mani, you mentioned that it's not something that is often seen. To your point about this not being a performance,
right.
It is an opportunity to share culture and story through chants and through hula in this way. Again, to speak about that kind of protection for the journey to come.
It also reminds us of the beginning of today's ceremony when there was absolutely no recording, including us, cut out of a part of the Alaska Native Protocol because it just simply is not allowed to be recorded by anything, by anyone at any time. It's a good reminder of humility and to ho'olohe, to listen and heed the wishes of those whose place you are at.
Again, not a performance, but something to be witnessed, to be present, and to just really to be aware of all that is being shared.
Yeah, every word, every song, every chant, every laugh, every tear, it's all woven together in ceremony. And so the ceremony is all directed toward Moananui Akea, 4 years of absolute courage and making a statement to the world to protect our island Earth and the oceans therein.
Again, a universal call to everyone, to all people, all nations, again, to be aware, to be present, to take heed. The actions of today clearly will impact tomorrow.
As the sea levels rise and water encroaches onto shorelines and into homes and communities across the world, the need for planetary healing is now. The Moananui Voyage is committed to promoting action and positive change.
This hula is using the kilu or the puniu, and it's a very innovative presentation, again, of the reality of today. Being in a world where seas are rising and islands are disappearing, and to put these into traditional form, but in a contemporary reality and context is extremely inspiring.
Again, also a testament to kupuna. And while we may face these certain challenges of today, clearly the kupuna of the past face their own challenges. So it is through their traditions that we speak to the times of today, the challenges of today. But to see the melding of what is old and traditional to be relevant and to send a message today.
That's a perfect word, relevance or relevant. That's exactly
in that same vessel of communicating again, chant, instrumentation, and just the voice itself. Even if you don't understand the lyric, if you listen to the drumming, you listen to the tempo, the tone of which they chant, clearly states there is a message here to heed, to pay attention.
Lance, who spoke earlier yesterday at the presentation, he asked one time, how come some of your songs sound so angry? And his answer was, because you keep stealing our stuff. So not all hula is about love and beautiful things. It's about aua, to hold on and to make a difference, and to lapa au, to heal.
Also, I think it shows insight that 2 kilo is an integral part of all of us, no matter where you come, where you live, to pay attention to your environment and what is around you.
Looking outwardly and also looking in to yourself. Who are you and what are you doing? Or the puliu, which is the knee drum that causes a pulse, along with the chanters who use the larger pahu, the drums. The call at the end, Hei Loa no Kanaloa. This is a name song in honor of Kanaloa, the god of the sea, or a god, the main god of the ocean, of the moana, of the kai. And so Kanaloa is being called to heed the desires and of of the people.
Himeleno Kanaloa. So appropriate for this voyage of Moana Nui Akea to bring attention to this.
Moana Nui Akea is a very appropriate name.
Nainoa and Bruce, if you could join us on stage, please.
You know, Moana, you can't get more pono than that.
And
we'd like to express
visualization
our gratitude
of what that really means. That
to the people who have made
deep
all of this possible. And so
ocean.
Bruce and Nainoa are going to express that gratitude through the giving of gifts.
Another component of Hawaiian protocol is
we'd like to call to the stage
the giving of gifts.
And indigenous
Fran Houston
protocol in
and
general.
Mike Tegaban
These ceremonies can go on for days, so you better
please come join us.
Get comfy.
Joe Nelson, Anthony Malat of Sea Alaska, Helemai Olua, President Richard Peterson, and Sarah Dibdal of the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, and Laganai Liz Medicine Crow, and Wahlagidak Barbara Blake of First Alaskans Institute.
Those that you see being called out here are those that have
The tribal welcome at Akwak was filled with the presence of the ancestors.
Delegation as well as
what we call mana. It was extraordinary. Each day this week was planned with thoughtfulness. The All Things Canoe Day was deeply inspiring, featuring the voices of Po and Tlingit experts. The Indigenous Education Exchange was rich with traditional native expressions and ancestral knowledge sharing. The catamaran ride on the Taku River to be with the Taku Kwan was filled with stories and moments to grieve and celebrate. And the UAS engagement uplifted powerful stories of our connections, followed by a wild party in the dining hall. And finally, today, we are here for the global launch of the Moana Nui Akea voyage. All of this took months and months of planning and patience, creativity and risk-taking, resources and more resources. At the end of the day, this is what Indigenous excellence looks like. We wish to present these gifts to express our gratitude and aloha nui to the Okwan, Sea Alaska, Tlingit and Haida, and First Alaskans Institute. From all the people of Hawaii, mahalo nui loa.
And presented almost in lay style. This chant that is being done is a traditional chant for adorning or wearing lei for ceremonial purposes. The next set of prized makana or gifts are kahili, feather standards that are symbols of royalty, of nobility, of leadership, of those who guide and inspire their people. Feathers from manu, or from birds that fly high, closest to the gods. Treasured gifts that I know our cousins here in, as we say, Alaka or Alaska, will hold close for many, many years.
Symbols also of Kuleana.
Mm-hmm. So pole navigators Bruce Blankenfeld and Nainoa Thompson greeting them personally, expressing their sincere gratitude for hospitality, and I love the verb that's been used a lot, well-wishing.
Well-wishing.
Well-wishing. We don't say that enough.
These feathered emblems are called kahili. They represent the presence of royalty, of chiefs. Indeed, we are in the presence of extraordinary chiefs whose role it is to care for people and to feed the community, to protect them and keep them safe. So this is what we present to you as a reflection of your chiefly hospitality. You good? You good? All right. How about a nice round of applause for our organizing coordinators who are amazing. Yes, please. Please do stand. Please do make some noise. For these people who have not slept yet.
No
We love you.
task indeed.
We honor you.
Be responsible for the Hokipa of friends, families, and especially strangers who have now become family.
Randy Fong's comment about the attention to not just detail but details, and this has been, and I've seen it from the other end, from Hawaii, regular, constant meetings on Zoom or on Teams, where these everything that has been planned for the beginning, the launch, and for the 3.5, 4 years that will follow, have been so thought through. And I think Randy's comment just earlier that this is what indigenous excellence looks like.
At this time,
too, when you think about the planning of this,
in Hawaiian culture,
the change of
some of the most
the
important
spontaneity of
ceremonies
things is
include
constant.
the drinking,
It looks really
serving of
great,
ava.
all the planning
Ava is
and
our
all
ceremonial
the paper,
drink made of a
assuming
pepper plant
that all things
that
remain the
lifts
same.
up
And then the weather changes, and here we are.
Here we are inside the gym.
Of a ceremony.
It's a nice gym. You know,
at this time,
we started earlier with the opening of the
to people
Ava
who've been designated
ceremonially.
to represent your
But
community.
we're going to continue now
form an
with
Ava
the
circle.
serving of Ava. That's
Quite a
led
number
by
of people.
our, from Kamehameha, our
And we're going
Laiana
to serve
Kanoa
Ava and we're going
Wong.
to drink Ava together
He's the
as a symbol
Haku
of our
Ava.
unity.
And so while the other parts of the ceremony were done earlier with chants and
we're going to call
presenting
up to the stage. I
Ava
think we'll have One group along the stage,
the Akua and the Aumakua.
Here, so we form a circle.
Here we have,
we'll see what happens.
I think it's going to be about 60 or so recipients who will receive their Apu or the coconut cup, and
Joe Nelson,
they will be enjoying all together.
Sylvia Lang.
So let's listen to Randy as he introduces who will be receiving the Ava in this portion of our
President Richard Peterson,
global launch of
Sarah
Moana Nui
Dimple,
Akea here in Juneau,
Amelia
Alaska.
Rivera, Ralph Wolf, Renee Tlagung, Fran Houston, Mike Tagaban, James Jack, Andrea Cariente Nelson. This feels like graduation. Right? All right. Todd Antioquia, Mary Lekanoff, Tony Molat, Lillian Hillman, Rob Sanderson, Renee Twitchell, Lyle James, Colleen James, Rosita Worrell, Davy Boxley, Ben Young, Herman Davis, Paul Marks, Yaro Vara, Wayne Price, Sanuga Jana Willard. Right down here. Perfect. Because the Hawaiian folks will be down there. That's perfect. Aye. Louise Brady, David Kanash, Bob Sam, and then our Hawaii. Perhaps Nainoa and Bruce can be on the stage. We'll call the rest of our Hawaii people to form the rest of the circle out in front. Nainoa, Bruce, Lehua, Shorty, Pomai, Tua, Stan, Billy Richards, John Cruz, Debbie Nakanelua, Max Yarawamai, Kala Tanaka, Kaiu Lenny Murphy, Neil Hannes, Mark Ellis, Tommy Kaulukukui, David Lassner, Taryn Chun, Camille Masatoshi, Lindsay Alu, Susie Vares Lum, Jamie Fong, Pua Kamaka, Jenny Chow, Jody Kaulukukui, our 4 Paiwan family. Okay, we're doing pretty good. We're figuring this out. That's right. It looks very good. Circle-ish. It's circle-ish. It's kind of a circle.
You know, Hawaiian ceremony is like the weather. You go with the flow. You never know what to expect. What was thought would be a simple ava serving to those of the planning
it looks like
committees
we're all in
and
place.
the sponsors and
Somewhat.
what have you. It's turned into much larger, and so the challenge
We're going to begin
for
passing out
the
apu,
haku,
which are
ava,
coconut cups used
or
for
the
ceremony.
ava preparer, and the lave, who are
And
the
if
servers.
by chance
We learn these things
we have
on
some
how
paper
to
cups
be
that we'll be
efficient, so that there
when
is
needed.
minimal movement to not take away.
We're
or
reminded of the
distract
metaphor
from the
of a
sanctity
lei,
of
a wreath, a garland,
drinking of the ava, the
which
embodiment
represents
of Kane, the
children.
deity whose partner is
It represents loved
Kanaloa,
ones.
the ocean. How very appropriate for this occasion.
It represents unity.
Our
Like
lave
the lei
is our
of love,
server is passing out the
connecting
coconut
humanity
apu or coconut
the vow.
cups into which ava will be poured and
What's happening now is the apu is
shared
being passed around
with each other. There's Bruce Blankenfeld of the Polynesian Voyaging Society and Dr. Randy Kamuelafong of Kamehameha Schools.
It looks like just about everyone has an apu. And we'd like to have our Alaska family be able to hold an apu when possible. And those of us from Hawaii, if needed, can use the paper cups. Let's go ahead and see if we can get apu for our Alaska family. Save the paper cups for those of us who are used to. Thank you.
You know, sometimes when you need more
that way you
apu
can
to serve
experience the
awa,
drinking of
we
awa
have
through an
coconut
apu
trees
as
that
part
we
of our
can
ceremony.
get and make the apu from.
Hello, everybody.
Not many coconut trees here in Juneau, Alaska. Ha ha ha. But it's the awa itself that is the ceremonial element which inspires, excites, and calms all at the same time.
Okay, I think we've distributed all of our apu. I think we have a few more here. All of our Alaska have apu. Okay, oia ka mea nui. Oia ka mea nui. Aloha, Auntie. Aye.
So there are Layana, who again,
can you imagine what it was like
in
creating a list
ceremony is giving
instructions for those who would participate in
to the
awa?
lave or to the servers? So
It was difficult because you want to include
dignity
everyone. And so many people
efficiency
really belong in this circle. All of you, indeed. Thanks for your understanding. Okay, at this time, we will commence with the serving of the awa.
The awa being served today, mixed with water, creating the drink of ceremony, is from the east side or the hikina of Mokupuni or Molokai. It is the eastern side of Molokai Island, an area known as Pu'uohoku. And so the awa was grown there, and I believe the awa type we're using here is hiva, which is very highly regarded and most appropriate for ceremony. It's not often that we describe all these things that are going on because they are private. But here, as we expand our ohana, acknowledge our
this awa be used to unify and connect us.
Listen to Layana.
Our boys are going to be working their best to move around and serve everybody as best they can. But we hope you guys can enjoy and partake in our ceremonial drink. Awa is the connection back to our land. It's a reminder of maintaining our roots to our places and reminding us to maintain our connection to our akua, who cares for us. And so thank you guys again, and bear with us as we share. Hei a kawai o ke ola a kanaka, ke ola ka lahui, ke ola ka aina. Ola kawai, ola ke kanaka, ola ka lahui. E ola loa kawai, e ola loa na lahui, e ola loa na oiwi, ola kawai ola akani.
Ola.
Kai hou ka awa, ke kanaka. O ai ka piko o wakia. No ke kānoa no ke kanaka. O ke aka ka ukou, o kai o ka makou. Ia ka vaiola akane.
The deity Kane is honored in this mele, most appropriate for Ava. Kevelina Mainei Kekini Olalo. In large Ava ceremonies, often a vessel or ipu, gourd, or sometimes long ohe or bamboo segments are filled with Ava so that the apu of the participants can be served efficiently in a clean way, which is in keeping with ceremony. There we see Debbie Nakanelua Richards, who is with me in this role, but she's also receiving the Ava as one of the very, very much appreciated sponsors and planners of this global launch of Moana Nui Akea. This chant is repeated and will continue until the Ava is served properly. The students who assist with this ceremony are trained in advance to learn the chants, the dances, the ceremony. A lot goes into this, and we appreciate the eagerness of these haumana, or these students, to learn many elements of the nohona, or the way of life of our ancestors. The number of those who are partaking of the Ava is somewhere about 65. So they are called out specifically and invited. Often this is done all seated in a circle or in a hoaka, in kind of a rock. But again, the weather outside of this hale, outside of this structure, Much rain outside, so we all come together under the shelter, standing for the Ava. Once everyone is served, the Ava will be sipped, and that will complete this section of our ceremony. Following this will be another dance presentation and another mele or song and closing remarks, and that will bring this particular global launch ceremony to a close. It still has a bit more to go, so your patience at home, all around the world enjoying this, is much appreciated.
At this time, we just have a few more apu to fill with Ava. We thank everyone for your patience. Maikai, Loa Poloa, Maikai.
They all have received Ava.
I'm going to call out to you, Eo. Eo means answer me. And you respond back, Moana nui a kea. You try. Moana nui a kea. Once more. Eo. Moana nui a kea. Eo. Moana nui a kea. Eo. Moana nui a kea. That was a good rehearsal. Now let's do it for real. We're going to stop, we're going to think, and we're going to place all of our good energies in the right places as we bless our Hokulea launch for the next 4 years from these sacred lands and these sacred people. Eo! Moana nui a kea! Eo! Moana nui a kea! Eo! Moana nui a kea! E nui ka ava.
Drink of the Ava. E nui ka Ava.
We will now offer a pikai, a sprinkling of salt water and olena, turmeric, for cleansing.
I tapa uatane o ka aina I kumu.
Often in Hawaiian ceremonies, water, fresh water or vai, is mixed with pa'akai, which is salt, in a vessel, in an ipu, or in an umeke, a bowl. And the la'i, or the tea leaf, is put into the water and then sprinkled for cleansing. A third item here that joins the fresh water or vai and the pa'akai or salt is olena. Olena is the turmeric, which brings it to another level. And this is done for purification, for cleansing, not just of the individuals, but of the insides as well. so that everyone is in the appropriate frame of mind for this global
This
launch.
brings our sharing of Abba together to a close. And as we ask you to, as you make your way to your seats, we'll collect our ceremonial cups so that we can use them for the voyage. And we will end our time together with O'A'ia, a special dance of resolve and resilience.
Yeah, so our participants will slowly and quietly make their way back to their pakaukau, to their tables, to their noho, to their chairs.
Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo anui loa.
And our students from Kamehameha schools, well trained in so many things, will perform.
Thank you for participating in
dance,
our Ava together.
Hula pahu.
Blessings and goodness.
Well known throughout Hawaii and really today around the world, people have witnessed Au'aia as a dance of holding fast, a dance of resolve and commitment dedicated to the ocean, Kanaloa. So the mood lightens up a little bit. We go up and down in quiet, and then a little bit of a laugh and people helping each other to their seats.
Beautiful. Au'aia e tama e tōna motu. O tōna motu e tama e au'aia. O te tama i te huli nuu. O te tama i te huli au. Huli hia pāpio. Buenos dias.
Au'aia will be performed, the drum dance, and after the Hawaiian portion comes to a close, then as we began with our hosts,
O'a means to hold on to something.
We'll bring the entire
O'a means we will hold on to our culture,
to a wonderful close,
and to the things that matter in this world.
Awesome.
Strong statements which you have made throughout your whole lifetimes, and which you've especially made this week and are sharing together with you. Au'aia e tama e tōna motu.
The pule is made. It sets the stage for all things, all energy, all that money going into this ava. So that which we have consumed is of good thoughts and deeds to be manifested into all that we pray for.
Very specific, I think, in its form and function. But over the years, and you know this as that we're both po'ehula or hula people, it really has kind of evolved to a symbol, an icon of reclaiming our heritage, reclaiming land, reclaiming the ways of our kupuna, and as you mentioned earlier, Debbie, finding the relevance in what they did 300 years ago, and we do it now, maybe for different reasons, but it's relevant, it's powerful, and it's ours to share.
Again, same intention, all of these practices, which includes language. As we heard repeatedly today, the various dialects that were spoken from the podium. Just a huge part of what is to hold on to.
It's, and your point about languages, the Olelo Hawaii today, where it is today after 40 years of hard work. The same thing here in Alaska with their languages. But what all of these practices, especially with language, is then your cloak of identity. And always remembering too that not everyone in our family or in their families are going to really be able to understand the language as well as others. So it's not meant to divide, it's meant to really to support our collective
From all the people of Hawaii, mahalo anui loa. Thank you very much.
Manu, as you had mentioned, we had opened with the Pu'ukani, the section of Hawaii and our sharing of tradition and culture today. We end and bring to a close in the same manner.
We now wait. We wait for the lead that we take from our hosts. We'll see how we continue from this point. We're almost towards the
At this time,
panina,
our Alaska
or the
hosts
closing.
will close the global launch ceremony, after which we invite you to a 10-minute ritual by the Paiwan tribe out in front. They will be burning millet to create ancestral smoke for the presentation of a special pottery to Nainoa and the Hokulea for the voyage. Please join us at that time. Mahalo.
Konakawe wuke. Konakawe wuke. Yadachtach Singit Shah Haka Dakhasau Shaha Yayagi Shakat Ku away Yatu Dak Jayagu Gengiach to us to go that you Achtatani Yahatla Has Hadak Has Hasik Has Hadachankian Utusaku aya hatla has yananach kozati yahakosti. Konakwe hatawasaku. Hakina aya. Ye haskachtel lashat. Yashawat Shah. Chaklakoe hatuati kahayatki. Has to kach aya yach atu daily. Yekwati yaha ane kach. Adachawe hashatsini. Kachatuashko yahatachan kisani. Keka hasawasku. Wasa ishan day no uhan yayi that a day away one kanins yakututsati. Atchawe ko hatu yak ayagi. Guslisaku a train atawe hachit has our shot has our tek. Yak a hawutin. Heshwatusaku one nachsawe. Ha in away ye has yawas kayan. Kashayachuti you katangitin. You chayish atki. Yetki. Yijit chaya gachtush lashat. Ya yidat koa Yende ayan tudlak. Yende ayan tudlak. Yaha yukatangi. Yaha kusi. Adea yakutudzati. Wash yis ish ka yis kla atinich gati ayatki. Shakat kuutin. Tefaji dachaya. Yehas gachtil shat. Gunil Chish for the wonderful ceremony that we have witnessed on the lands of the Akquan people. While we were sitting and enjoying, two of our matriarchs reminded us that something happened today that we should address. There was a time not too long ago in Alaska right now, 1 out of every 4 people are indigenous. 1 out of 4. There was a time not too long ago when 1 out of 4 of our children were taken from our homes. When 1 out of 4 of our women were sterilized without their permission. The complexity and the inhumanity of colonization is sometimes hard to grasp. We had a gathering here called Tlekyak, and one of the uncles from the Voyaging Society explained it to me very clearly. It's not just coming and taking a place, it's not just coming and moving in. It's prohibiting entire ways of being. Outlawing the ways we create our warrior societies, causing intentional harm to our women, taking our children from our homes, taking our language and prohibiting it, making our ceremonies illegal on our own lands, pushing us around to this village or that village. Every community has places where the Indian village was. But today, the Indian Child Welfare Act was affirmed and upheld. We celebrate that. When we talk about healing and unity, we talk about a world where future generations won't know this pain of having your people, your language, your ways of life taken. When we talk about decolonization, we're saying, let's make it a distant memory. Let's make it a place where the death of an indigenous language is impossible. These are the footprints that we are following. We'll imitate our ancestors, these wonderful beings who managed to hold on